Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday stream. That is a replacement for yesterday's stream, I suppose. Hope everyone is having a great weekend so far. Today's going to be a chill stream. I'm looking forward to it because we have a couple of fun things to talk about. It's going to be mainly just a yapping stream, I suppose. We're going to talk about all sorts of things Yu-Gi-Oh related. We're going to do some TCG Banlist talk. We have some new cards as well, I think, or one new card. I'm not sure how many. And then we're also going to be finally doing some card sorting again because it's been a while since I've done it, and I have a bunch of cards that need to go into my boxes, and I've also been thinking about restructuring it a little bit. So I thought it would be a fun time to just do like a weekend stream where where I sort my cards, we talk about it a little bit, and then you can also ask questions, and we will have all sorts of fun conversations about Yu-Gi-Oh and other things, I hope. So it should be a chill Saturday. Might also go a little bit longer than usual. I have no idea how long this is going to take, to be honest with you. We might not even be able to do it all in one day because I'm not sure exactly how I want to organize my stuff yet because we'll talk about that later. We have some other things to do first, and then I'll tell you all about that. But as per usual, let's hop in with some warm up before we do that. Also, Crazy Soap and Dennis Monty, thank you for the subs during the starting soon screen. I appreciate you guys. Also, Joshua C. Yugioh, thank you for the prime. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Let's guess some cards on this wonderful Saturday. This is Forced Ceasefire. This looks Mecha Phantom Beastie, but I don't know which one. Oh yeah, the penguin. Eros Gwyn. Is this a virtual world? No, this is Pentastag. Geo Zweig, thank you for the 28 months. Welcome back. Ooh, this is a Gusto, I think. Should I try? This might be a mistake. Freeze. Nope. Tailwind of Gusto. Tailwind of Gusto. I feel like I've seen this card before. Oh yeah. Dude. Something Gardna or Warrior? Shield Warrior, not Shield Gardna. Is this tag? No. Tag. Dude. Tap out? No. Tag? Is it tag? Double tag team? No. Desperate tag. Ah. Holding. Please be holding arms. Nope. Holding legs. Always lose the 50-50. Classic. F.A. City? Nope. Circuit? Nice. Melfi. Melfi. I don't know. I have no idea. Wait, I think this is a field spell. No, Melfi of the Forest. It's not a field spell. This is Hand of the Sixth Samurai. No idea what that is. Witchcrafter. Ooh, this is a worm. Worm, Milledith. Oh, this is Berserk Gorilla. Ooh, is that a Gizmek? No. Doom Rider. Oh, is it this guy? Oh. I do not know. Link Turret. Ooh, Bamboo Sword. Curse? No. Soul Devouring? This is Subterror. The link, right? Behemoth? Behemoth Fiendus. That is the link too, right? Ooh. Litmus. Yeah. Litmus Doom Swordsman. This is Apelio. This is Saber Slash. I think this is Magician's Salvation. Dude. Is that by any chance? No. Chronicler? It could be do a barrel roll. No, stall turn. I've seen this card. I don't know what it's called though. Gamushara. A couple of tough ones. Remote Rebirth. Oh, something tail swipe. Yeah. Well, the good news is we guessed the card again. That's an artifact. Which one's the pink artifact? Eagle Attack? No. Mjolnir? Really? Wait, Mjolnir was pink? I could have sworn Mjolnir was blue. Okay. Oh. Maiden of White? No. It is some maiden. The other, what's the other one called? Maiden with Eyes of Blue. Yeah. We are not on great pace. That is a generator card. I'm skipping it. Boss Room. This could be Precious Cards from Beyond. Yep. This is Temple of the King. This is Ojama Green. Okay, more of those. Give me more Unk cards. Ah, it's not an Unk card. I don't think. Damn it. Celestial Double Star. Oh, I've seen that card before. This is the hero. Dude, what is he called? Elemental Hero Steam Healer. Ally of Justice Light Gazer. It's not Hero Signal. It's Hero Medal. Okay, these are Ankh cards. This is good. This is Iron Core. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is Mask Charge. Dude, that's the one Dino Wrestler I know. Okay, we're in the Six Samurai realm, but I think this is like something strike armor? No. Strike armor? Swift strike armor. No? Scheme? BN scheme? Ah. Oh, that's onomatopoeia. Onomatopoeia. That's Jack Jaguar. Sphere of Chaos. Level down. This is Artifact Ignition. I think. Aros, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're just warming up for a fun Saturday stream. Welcome in. Ooh, that's not Catastor. I don't know what this is. Evil Swarm? Okay, I thought it was Ally of Justice. This is Sub-Terror. Is that Hidden City? Or Terrors in the Hidden City? Ah, okay. Oh, I know you. Something Ice Barrier. But there's a lot of them. Dew Dark? Could be, yeah. Burning Abyss. That is Libic. Oh, Suijin. Heart Destruction. No, I've seen it. I think it's something Synchron Carrier or something, but I'm not sure. Changer Synchron. Okay, good thing I didn't try. This is not Transmodify. Soul Transition? No. Following. Ooh, Psyframe. Psyframe. Oh, that's one of the bad ones. Yeah, Psyframe. Psyframe Gear Beta? Wait, is Beta? Isn't Beta one of the good ones? What's Beta? Traps? No, Epsilon is traps. Delta spells... No, beta is one of the bad ones. Attack response. Okay. Ooh, I don't know what this is. It's a trap card. It has a cool artwork. It's also very old, but I don't know what it's called. Cross counter. Oh, I've seen this card. Magical Undertaker. Yeah. Yeah, it's the robot fish vanilla giga old. Is it just metal fish? It is metal fish. This feels familiar. Yeah, because we had it earlier. Shield Warrior. Cyber Slash? Trap Jammer. GB Hunter. I don't know. Dude, this was surprisingly close to 1,000 with how bad the first half was. We had like 350 after the first half. The second half was crazy. We made like 600 points in the second half. That was pretty good. If only the first couple of minutes were a little bit better, would have been a easy 4 digits run. Okay, well. Well. Oh, okay. We're looking for an old big warrior. What is the dude called on that structure deck? It's not Giltia, it's Gearfried. I'm thinking of... Wait, no, it's not a Guilford. That's the one I'm thinking of. Guilford. Okay, it's not Guilford. It's older than Guilford? It's an Earth Warrior. Okay, I can figure this out. Hold up. I can figure. This is exactly my time. Before 2005, Earth Warrior... level 5, 6, or 7... Earth Warrior 5, 6, or 7, super old. Gosh. Mephist? Is Mephist Earth or Dark? Mephist is Dark. There's the Monk. Master Monk? What's the defense? No, defense doesn't work. Also, it's 2005. Unfortunate. Warrior, level 5, 6, or 7. Grand Mark is Rock. There is Silent Swordsman. Oh, those are light. The other one, oh, Mystic Swordsman is Earth. Mystic Swordsman, level 6. Ah, dude, that's an awesome card. It was never a good card, but this card in Ultimate Rare goes hard. Such a beautiful card, man. Such a beautiful card. Love Mystic Swordsman. All of them. Like level 4 is also a really good card, a really cool card. You get baited since level 2 is good. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Level 2 was actually a good card, yeah. Galatea Orchestrated Automaton, thank you for the 17 months. How do you keep track which cards you own and which you don't? I don't really have a system for it. We can talk about that later, because it's funny, you probably asked this question on purpose today, but My collection for the most part is sorted alphabetically, and if I guess if I ever need to know, then I have to go check. But for the most part, I kind of know what I have and what I don't have, but I'm not always correct on it. Sometimes I think I have a card and I don't have it, and sometimes I think I don't have a card, but I actually do have it. But yeah. Okay. Cool. Those are all things we're going to talk about a little bit later, because today is going to be a very chill and laid back stream where we're going to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot, which is one of my favorite things to do. So I think it should be a fun time. But before we go into like sorting and Q&A and all that sort of stuff, there's a couple of things I wanted to do before we jump into that. And the first thing, as we always do, is taking a look at new cards that were revealed since I was last live. Today, I believe we only have one, and I think it is just another potentially pack filler from Chaos Origin. I believe we are nearing the end of Chaos Origin reveals. Let me check real quick. Chaos Origins. How many cards are known out of the set? I think almost all of them at this point. Where can I find like an overview? Hold up. Here. Chaos Origin. 610. Wait, 51? Can this be correct? This only has 51 cards. There's no way we still missed 29. This might be better. Hold up. Wait, really? We're missing this many? Is this up to date? Okay, I thought we were closer. The reason I thought we were closer to full reveal was because we were getting a bunch of like nothing burgers in the last couple of days. I felt like we were down to the last couple of pack fillers, but I guess I was wrong. Maybe they're doing pack fillers early instead of making them the last cards. I think maybe they're changing it up, yeah, because that was always my least favorite part of like reveal season for core boosters, is when they left like the last couple of cards and it was literally just pack fillers. Well, I guess worst case, everything else is pack fillers. But I guess we'll see. Okay, well, anyways, I was wrong. We're missing more than just a couple of cards, so we have more stuff to come soon, hopefully. So that's cool. But today we're going to take a look at Gray Layer, level 4 light machine effect monster, 1200 attack, 1000 defense. So it also visually, it definitely belongs in the like Victory Viper, BES, maybe like that direction, that archetype. Actually, are BES and Victory Viper part of the same archetype / lore? I'm not sure. But there was some support for this deck in Burst Protocol already, so this probably goes into the same direction. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You contribute this card and reveal a machine monster in your hand. Add a machine monster from your deck to your hand with a different attribute than the revealed monster. Then, if it had 1200 or less attack, you can special summon one machine monster from your hand. If your monsters is destroyed by a card effect while this card is in your grave, you can banish this card, destroy one card on the field. Okay. It's not bad. It's not crazy either. It's like I would say a more conditional. Oh yeah, I'm on the wrong side. More conditional Lone Fire Blossom, right? Where you, instead of just being able to straight up special summon any machine from your deck to your hand, from your deck to your field, you do have to have another machine in hand to even use the card, which makes it a little bit more bricky by nature. Also, not only do you need a machine in hand, but you also need a machine with a different attribute from what you're trying to search. So, for example, you can't just put this card into like an Earth machine deck, right? Like, because all of your machines are going to be Earth machines, so you can't even search one of your other Earth machines, right? That's pretty rough, I think, for most decks. That's even rough for the deck that this is supposed to go in, right? As far as I know, all of the Victory Vipers are all light machines. I guess in BES they got some different attributes going on, but for the most part, like in the you can't just like reveal one of the Victory Vipers and search one of the other Victory Vipers. That doesn't work. It's just because in theory this is a generic machine support card, right? But I think like most of the machine decks that I can think of, they often have one attribute, like Cyber Dragon, for example, right? Is mostly light machines, if not all light machines. Then you've got, of course, Earth Machine being a deck. I guess in Earth Machine they have like one or two dark monsters that they play sometimes with the like the Anklaspar and the Ruin Force or whatever. But for the most part, it feels a little weird that they're making this card like relatively restrictive, even though the machine decks aren't really that powerful at the moment, right? It could have been fine. One thing I believe, because I was wondering this card says add a machine monster from your deck to hand with a different attribute than the revealed monster. Then, if it had 1200 or less attack, I believe the way I'm reading this, that applies to the monster that you're searching. So this is only quote unquote Lone Fire Blossom if you are searching a machine monster with 1200 or less attack. Which is all the Victory Vipers. But if you're let's say you're searching Machina Gear Frame, you wouldn't be able to special summon that, right? So not a bad card, but I'm wondering what the applications for it are. Like, yeah, can't this it's solid because it's generic, but at the moment I can't really think of a use case for it, like a deck that really wants this. Because even in like the machine piles, like all of the machine piles are typically relatively consistent. Like they got a bunch of normal summons that search usually, so I'm not sure if this is going to be something that they will want. Is it good in RB? RB has different attributes, I think. I'm pretty sure they do have different attributes. Maybe. Search Orcus Skeleton. I mean, yeah, that's just another example of a deck that it doesn't really work in, though, right? Because they're all darks. So what are you going to reveal, right? It's good in BES, but BES is not real, unfortunately. I mean, realistically, that's probably the reason why they made it this way, right? That's probably the reason why they gave it this weird restriction, is because they wanted to make it a BES/Victory Viper support card. And I guess if it has applications in that deck, then good, right? Works fine. So maybe it does exactly what they wanted to do, which is just be a good card in that specific deck and not generic support, which is not a bad thing necessarily, right? Like I'm not mad that they're making cards more specific. I think that is generally a good thing, right? If not every card just goes into every single deck, I think that's not the worst thing in the world. So yeah. Gizmek enjoyers popping off right now. Has Gizmek ever been its own deck even? I feel like it's never been that. I've never seen someone play a Gizmek deck. It's always been like, oh, you can play Gizmek, Orochi, and Orcus decks, or I've seen people play Gizmek. What's the fire one called? Gizmek Kaku? Is Kaku the fire one? I don't know. But I've seen people play the fire one in Salamangreat sometimes. Yeah, Gizmek Uka is a side deck option sometimes, depending on the format. It's very It's a very situational one though, but yeah. I remember Pack playing the fire one in Infernoble to summon Fire Barrier statue against Unchained. No, that is Gizmic Uka. That is the Earth one, the Fox. That is the hand trap. Why are you catching strays from Jesse? Wait, what? What's this?
I can't believe this little fucker. Like, this looks like the evil German kid in a horror movie who's gonna skin me alive and eat me. In other words, Josh's brother. Actually, Josh actually has a brother, so I can't say this without being mean. Why German? It's like the Hansel and Gretel thing, you know, right?
Okay, don't worry. I don't have a brother, so you're good. But still, I have no idea what what happened there. I'm too quiet. It's okay. Aren't you an only child? I have a sister, but no brother. Okay. Well, that was random. Okay. The OCG has still not banned Maxi. Maxi will never leave Master Duel, I guess. I don't know. I think they're just being very cautious about it. I think what's happening right now in the OCG is to an extent a good thing, because the OCG is massively overpowered, don't get me wrong, but like they've slowly but surely been hitting some of the more generic like staples, and this does not only include Maxi, but it's also about like Drolin Lockbird, Dominus Impulse, Ash Blossom, and so on and so forth. They've been very slow about it, but they have done it, and you know, they're seeing like, oh, the format isn't like going in a super crazy direction where everyone is playing like FTKs and shit, even if Drolin Lockbird is at 2 and Maxi is at 1. So I can only imagine that over time they're gonna do it. Of course, we would all like it to go a little bit faster, but you know, there was a time not even that long ago, like 2023, we had 3 Maxis and everyone thought it was never going to change, and then it went to 2, and then it was at 2 for a long time and everyone thought that was never going to change, and then it went to 1, and now everyone thinks that's never going to change. I think ultimately it is going to change at some point. The question, I personally think the I think the question is not if, but rather when it's gonna happen, in my opinion. But Baron and Savage are still legal in the OCG. That the philosophy on extra deck monsters is something I heavily disagree with in the OCG. Yes. I think the OCG is just very opposed to banning cards in general, which I don't agree with. But I think it's just a different philosophy when it comes to banlist designs, right? Like we see it on the, wasn't the last OCG banlist the one where they banned like literally nothing except for branded expulsion, which is a crazy thing to do when you look at what's going on in the OCG right now, and then the card you decide to ban is branded expulsion and you leave everything else alone, which is kind of insane. You saw the new pack announcement. I was gonna talk about that next. Yeah, we're gonna talk about this real quick. Master Duel is coming out swinging here with an potentially really interesting. The thing is, like, this can go one of two ways. Okay, so we have a new selection pack. It releases April 9th, which is in 5 days from now. So this upcoming week, I believe it's Thursday usually when they add the packs, or is it Wednesday? No, it should be Thursday. Additional pack, the Frenzied Tuning. Cool tune hits the dance floor with tuners only to synchro summon up a sound storm. The reason why I say this could go two ways is because the cards that they're highlighting here are Cool Tune, RB, Rose Dragon support, Heart of Gaia, and the Draco Slayer support. The Draco, not Draco Slayer, True King, whatever, man. You know what I mean. 4 out of these 5 archetypes, True Draco. Yeah, True Draco, my bad. 4 out of these 5 archetypes are relatively inconsequential for the competitive scene in Master Duel, right? Like some of these cards are cool. I do think the Rose Dragon support looked pretty cool. I also think RB is a decently fun concept, even though it's not super strong, but it's playable, but nothing too crazy. So the 4 to the right here are simply put not that exciting for me personally as a competitive player, right? I'm sure there's people out there who like these decks, but from a competitive standpoint, they're not going to make the biggest impact. With Cool Tune, people are asking all over the place right now, are we getting the full Cool Tune support, or are we getting just the first wave of Cool Tunes? Because that makes a world of a difference, right? Because if we just get the first couple of Cool Tune cards, then it's relatively, like the other archetypes, relatively inconsequential and not that crazy. If we're getting the full lineup of Cool Tunes, though, then this is potentially the next best deck in Master Duel, which is a big difference between not that great and potentially best deck, right? So I'm kind of excited to see what happens, because if you look at recent trends or how they've done it, not even just recently, but for like the most part of Master Duel's lifespan, is they have not split up archetypes much, right? They usually release them all at the same time. Whether it's Malice, or whether it's K9, or whether it's Yummy, they usually release all at once, right? Like we got Yummy with Marshmallow, even though Marshmallow was a later release in the TCG. We got K9 with Noroi. We got Malice with March Hare. We got Ryziel with Star, I believe. I think we got them all together, right? They just tend to put all the cards for an archetype into one pack, which would be really impactful if they do the same with Cool Tune. And it's weird because Cool Tune is relatively early in this sense for Master Duel. I mean, if they release Cool Tune with the full support, that would be before the Cool Tune cards are even out in the TCG, which in my opinion would be pretty exciting. What you think of Cool Tune as a whole is a different question, I suppose, because I do think Cool Tune is one of the more polarizing archetypes for 2 reasons. Number one, it is projected to be top meta, which is always something that some people really dislike when a deck comes out and just like overturns the metagame like that, and then you play against it a lot. But the second thing is that people, like, there's a lot of people who just don't like the way Cool Tune plays, because they have like, look at your opponent's hand, take a card away from your opponent's extra deck, and stuff like that, right? Like a lot of the things that people hated about, for example, Kashtira Unicorn, are present in Cool Tune, which is something that makes the deck really polarizing. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what happens. My personal prediction, if I had to guess, is I think they're releasing the full thing, because I think that's the only way this makes sense. Like I don't think that they would release a pack like this with just the first wave of Cool Tunes, because then, like, realistically, almost no one is going to open this pack. I think the way I'm looking at this is I think they're putting Cool Tune in here at full power so that the pack is good and relevant for everybody who's trying to compete, because then you're going to need to open this pack if Cool Tune is in here, if you want like one of the best decks in the format. And that's why they're putting some not so great archetypes beside it, right? Like that's why Rose Dragon, RB, Gaia, and True Draco are in here, because Cool Tune is the pack seller on its own, if they're doing the full lineup, right? If they're not doing the full lineup, then basically no one is going to open this pack because none of them are meta, right? That's how I feel about this. That's how I feel like it makes sense. I'm not sure how, you know, how they reached the decision to release Cool Tune so early, because we are missing stuff that came out way before Cool Tune still, right? Like we still don't have the branded support from, actually no, was Cool Tune was before Burst Protocol, right? So technically, if they're going by TCG release date, Cool Tune was before Fallen of White. So maybe that actually does make sense. I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see for it on Thursday, but I think it's an interesting thing. Yeah. And then Strike of Justice and Beyond the Next Level are disappearing from the shop, I believe. Which, let me check which ones those are. Because that means, of course, always when we talk about Master Duel Banlist, people are always like, oh, they can't hit those cards yet because they're still in the shop. What is Strike of Justice? Strike of Justice is... oh, is that K9? Oh, it's K9. They can finally start hitting K9, and people can stop saying, oh, they're not going to hit K9 because they're still in the shop. Let's go. Love me. I would love me some K9 hits next month. That would be awesome. What's the other one? Beyond. It was Beyond something. Beyond. Ah, it's just a staple pack. Okay, well that's not that exciting. That I guess that's actually not a great thing that that's rotating out. So I suppose if you still are looking for your playset of Alt Art Ashes or Bells or whatever, then you got to get them now before this pack expires. Although they already said like there's going to be a new permanent pack for staples, right? So maybe that's better. At the same time, we don't know if that's going to have the alt art. So, you know, I guess if you need those, then not sure. Still no alt art nib. I'm waiting for the alt art nib, yeah. Okay. So this is something I'm you know, going to be live for on Thursday for sure for the new pack, and we're hopefully going to be able to play some full power Cool Tune, because I love when decks release early in Master Duel so that like I can showcase them better and actually play with them before they even come out in the TCG. I think that would be awesome. Disregarding whether you like Cool Tune or not, I just like in general when decks come out early in Master Duel and we have similar decks in the format between Master Duel and TCG. I find that very enjoyable, because then it doesn't feel like you're playing two completely separate formats. Of course, there's always going to be differences, but if the archetypes present are similar, then I think it's more interesting and more fun. But we'll see. Funnily enough, Rotary can't search if the opponent's hand is at 0. Yeah, I saw that. It makes sense the way it's worded, but yeah, we'll talk more about Cool Tune. Don't worry. If Cool Tune is in this pack, or even if it's not, I have some Cool Tune content prepared for the upcoming weeks, because the deck is also going to be very relevant in the TCG. So I'm going to make YouTube videos on like what all the cards do and how it plays and so on and so forth. And if it's in Master Duel, then of course we're gonna play it and see exactly how it works and all that good stuff. So don't worry about that. We'll get to that soon. Yeah. I want the circus archetype. Are you talking about the clowns? I'm really looking forward to the clowns, man. I can't wait for the clowns. I really can't wait for the clowns. Unfortunately, the clowns are not even good after Blazing Dominion. We have to wait for Chaos Origin for that. But yeah. And chess. The chess one, my personal prediction for the chess archetype is that it's probably going to be... it's very flavorful and very cool, but I'm not sure how meta relevant it's going to be. But I also say that before the cards have been revealed, so maybe it's too early to say. But yeah. Okay. Something I want to do now is talk about the current TCG format and what potential changes we could be seeing on a potential ban list that we have no idea whether it's happening or not, but I think it's an interesting thing to talk about because it feels like in the TCG we are kind of at this turning point that we sometimes get to where it feels like we're nearing the end of a format, right? We're nearing the end of a format because national season is about to begin. The last couple of regionals, at least in Europe, there's only a couple of regionals left in April, and then national season is starting. We're getting a new pack soon. And everyone is wondering, like, are we going to get a ban list before nationals or not? And because I can't properly, I can't say, I don't know if we're going to get one or not, but what I can do is I can talk about the current format and what I would like to see if they decide to make one before national season. And of course, also to like usher in the new format with Blazing Dominion, which is going to release in at least, like, it's about 4 weeks from now. So not too far away from a new set. And of course, Blazing Dominion is going to bring some new meta stuff into the format, but at the moment we're looking at a format that is roughly looking like this. We have a lot of results to take a look at, but of course, at the moment, the most popular and most successful deck overall has been Draco Tail, with an honorable mention of Vanquish Soul, which if you look at just all the top results that they compiled here on YGO Pro Deck, then Vanquish Soul is just the 4th most successful deck in the current format, but I think it is worth pointing out that Vanquish Soul has won 2 out of the 3 300th YCSs, right? It won in Europe and it won in Latin America, and it also got 2nd place at the one in North America. So Vanquish Soul still could be considered the most successful deck from that perspective because it's won the most YCSs on that weekend. There's other decks that won other YCSs as well, though, in this period, of course. And then we still have, and this is to me honestly the biggest surprise after the last ban list, is that Yummy is the 2nd most popular deck in total from all these topping deck lists. I believe this includes regionals as well. But Yummy has been absurdly successful for, I would say, 2 reasons. There's probably more reasons to it, but 2 main reasons. The number 1 reason is probably that some of the hybrid variations have been discovered since that actually ended up being much better than people anticipated, like mainly the one that won the North American YCS, which was the Yummy Tri-Brigade Radiant Typhoon. Because as I discussed this in my recent, in my banlist talk after the last banlist, which is a couple of months ago at this point, but Pure Yummy has been very rarely played. In the beginning of the format, people experimented with Pure Yummy and they tried to discover some new lines and so on and so forth. But for the most part, Pure Yummy just ended up being too breakable, right? Quite frankly, like the Pure Yummy boards were just like too fair overall, I feel like. And so people, of course, moved away from Pure Yummy. And nowadays, there's a lot of hybrids. And the other reason how Yummy was able to survive or was able to return is, of course, the release of Gaze of Timaeus as well as Dark Magician of Destruction, basically turning a lot of Yummy decks into just like Dragoon combo piles, right? Whether it's using Diabellstar engines or more commonly like Shining Sarcophagus. Some decks are using Horus engines, not necessarily Yummy, but people can do that as well. Like there's been a lot of this like combo, for the lack of a better term, combo slop with Dragoon in it. But also Yummy Fiendsmith. Yes, Yummy Fiendsmith was also a popular version of the deck. Basically, long story short, the Yummy decks that were able to survive were the ones with a solid plan into Nibiru. Is essentially that, right? Like the Yummy Fiendsmith deck, of course, threatens Caesar. The Yummy Dragoon decks obviously threaten Dragoon before 5 summons sometimes, and then the Yummy Tri-Brigade Radiant Typhoon just has so much gas that like you can usually power through it, because you can also potentially threaten negations at some point. So that's how Yummy was able to survive. Then we have Radiant Typhoon in the mix, which is a pretty decent deck at the moment. It's just always solid. But I personally don't feel like with the removal of Harpy's Featherstorm. I don't really feel like Radiant Typhoon has been the biggest issue. It's been decently popular, but it's neither the most successful nor the most played deck. It's just good. Everyone agrees that it's like, I don't know, tier 1.5. But yeah. And then we have like some leftover, like we have Malice is still around, mostly carried by non-engine. We have Mitsurugi still around, also largely carried by non-engine. With Mitsurugi, I feel like it's interesting because with Mitsurugi, they actually achieved what they couldn't achieve with Yami. Is with Mitsurugi, they actually eliminated most of the hybrid variations, leaving us just with basically people playing pure Mitsurugi. At least that is my experience in the current format. You guys can chime in if you have other experiences, but I've played against Mitsurugi a couple of times at the regionals that I've attended recently, and for the most part, it's been pure Mitsurugis. I know there's been some experimentation with like Mitsurugi Sky Strikers and stuff like that, but for the most part, I've encountered a lot of pure Mitsurugis, if I've seen any Mitsurugi at all. Courtesy of yeah, there's also yes, I've seen some Mitsurugi Azamina. That's a good point. Yeah, Mitsurugi Azamina is also a thing that's been played. Yeah, but of course Mitsurugi has also been greatly buffed, quote unquote, by the release of the modern decks, which are not out yet in Europe. So I can't speak much about their impact on like regional metagame because we don't have them yet, unfortunately. But in the US, I'm sure the ability to pick up a Mitsurugi or a Sky Striker deck for very, very cheap now must have an impact on how popular these decks are at like regional level, right? Like surely that's gonna be a reason why some people play these decks, because they're so readily available now, right? And then we've got like Branded, Lunalight, Magnet Warrior, Orchist, all decks that you realistically can face off against in regionals, but for the most part, this is the current format. And I want to talk about like how a potential ban list could look, but I want to start the discussion off by saying that I feel like this is a pretty good format, all things considered. You know, like I don't actually have a major issue with most of the decks in the format here. We're going to talk about how to nerf individual decks, but I overall, when you look back at this format, or when you look at the current state of the game, you can tell that all those things that they've been doing on recent ban lists have really put in a lot of work, right? Like the amount of floodgates that they've gotten rid of, the amount of actual like omni negates out of the extra deck that they've taken away, a lot of the key pieces that they've banned, and so on and so forth, like Herald of the Arclight, for example, being one of the biggest things, one of the biggest differences between TCG and Master Duel, for example. Like whenever I look at those differences between TCG and Master Duel, I can really see how much more balanced the TCG already is. So while I am going to have some suggestions on what kind of cards to still get rid of, and it's not all perfect and not everything is great in the TCG right now, but I still think like it's worth pointing out that all those changes that they've done on recent ban lists really go a long way at making the TCG a more balanced like environment than all the other formats essentially for Yu-Gi-Oh right now, right? And I think that's great. I think that's a great thing to realize when you look at the current. Okay, and that brings me into some of the things. So I'm wondering whether, okay, I want to start by talking about maybe let's get the floodgates out of the way. I think that makes sense. I think let's start with the floodgates because they've been doing a great job at hitting these cards on recent ban lists, and I'm just out here hoping that they continue. So I want to point out some of the things that are left that they haven't touched upon yet that I would really like to see go. And I would say the most common floodgates at the moment, in terms of like the side deck cards that people put into their decks to just win going first, are Dimensional Fissure, Mistaken Arrest, and Different Dimension Ground. And like I talked about in previous ban list discussions, these cards are seeing so much play at the moment because they are the next best alternative to cards that people played previously that have been banned, like Dimensional Barrier or Harpy's Featherstorm, right? Like these cards are the next best thing to those cards. You know, I think realistically they just have to keep going until people run out of actually good replacements. That's unfortunately the only way to go about this. Is they're not going to ban cards that are not seeing play at the moment, but at the same time, like, you do need to continue doing this, otherwise the problem hasn't really been solved. The problem has only gotten a little bit smaller. So Dimensional Fissure is a card that I could realistically see getting banned because this card is everywhere at the moment. Essentially, the rule is if your deck can play this card, it side decks this card. For like 90% of decks that don't need the graveyard or don't need the graveyard much, they're siding Dimensional Fissure. It's getting ridiculous to a point where, like, it just, I can't fathom why they wouldn't do it. Realistically, I'm a little worried that they won't, because they didn't put points on it in Genesis format either. Like, for someone at Konami, for some reason, thinks that Dimensional Fissure is not a problem card, which it absolutely is a problem card. So it should get banned, absolutely. Yes, it has more counterplay than cards like Dimensional Barrier or whatever, but like realistically, the problem with Floodgates is that if they're not auto-winning, then people simply won't play them. So as long as Dimensional Fissure is legal, as long as there's decks in the format that lose to it, people can just play, you know, Dimensional Fissure. The biggest problem with Dimensional Fissure right now is that it's a continuous floodgate that doesn't even lose to Fallen and the Virtuous, because Fallen and the Virtuous can't send the card to the graveyard for cost to get rid of it, which is really annoying. But yeah. Okay. And then we have lingering things that need to go. Mistaken Arrest and Different Dimension Ground are just like, I mean, Different Dimension Ground is just the lingering version of Dimensional Fissure, which you play if you want to have a target for thrust, or you don't want it to be vulnerable to Lightning Storm or Feather Duster. So that's the reason for people to play this card. Is the same thing, right? Like, we just shouldn't have this card around. And Mistaken Arrest is essentially, this card is here to cover all the matchups where Dimensional Fissure doesn't auto-win, because that's the good thing. Comparing like Dimensional Fissure to some previously banned cards like Harpy's Featherstorm, Dimensional Fissure doesn't win the game against every deck in the format. It just wins the game against half of the decks in the format. And the other half just happens to be covered by Mistaken Arrest, right? So like you'll look at something like Malice decks, and they often have both of those cards in the side deck because, well, Deep Dimensional Fissure beats Draco Tail. And then for Vanquish Soul and Radiant Typhoon, where Dimensional Fissure isn't that good, I'll just put Mistaken Arrest. Why not? So these two together have just like really, really strong coverage. And so I would like to see them go. And then Different Dimension Ground is functionally the same card as Dimensional Fissure, but slightly different. So yeah, those three absolutely need to go. Spell Canceller. Spell Canceller is, in my opinion, the wrong way to do it. And also, honestly, I don't even know, like, I'm always torn between doing a wish list and a prediction. I think these three are both. I think these three could realistically go, but I also want them to go. Spell Canceller is a card that I would want to go, but I'm not sure how realistic it is. In my opinion, and this would be more of a wish than a prediction because I don't think it's happening. In my opinion, the best thing to do would be to ban Imperial Princess Quinkery. But I don't think that's going to happen because realistically, at the moment, people aren't really doing that. Right? It's possible, which I find annoying, and sometimes it happens, but not many people aren't doing it. I'd like to see Spell Canceller go though, at the very minimum. Like if they don't want to hit Imperial Princess Quinkery, I think Spell Canceller is something that people do. I've even seen at the start of the format, people were playing multiple Spell Cancellers because it was a good draw. Like they were side decking the second and third copy of Spell Canceller in Crystron K9 because you can just summon it with Jokel. And then you don't have to worry about Molcharmies or getting interrupted on your combo. You just special the Spell Canceller if you hard draw it. So in a sense, in a way that like wouldn't even be solved if you just banned Quinkery, they could still play 3 Spell Cancellers in K9 decks, right? We're gonna talk about K9 decks later, don't worry. But still. And then there's Performapal 5 Rainbow Magician, which is a card that, look, once again, wish list versus prediction. I would love to just throw every single floodgate onto the ban list. I would do it in a heartbeat. But we also got to keep it realistic, and I don't think they're going to ban... I don't think we're going to get a ban list where they're going to ban like 10 floodgates at once again. Because we already got that after YCS Anaheim last year, and I'm not sure if they're willing to do it so soon again. I would put it here, but I think realistically, it's not popular enough right now for them to do it. And so I'm predicting no change on this card, even though I would want it. Even though I would want it. Okay, let's talk about archetypes before we talk about hand traps, in my opinion. So let's start with Draco Tail. And Draco Tail is a weird topic for me, because I'm trying not to be biased with this, but realistically, I also think it is not that hot of a take to say that Draco Tail being one of the best decks in the format is a relatively healthy thing. Like, Draco Tail compared to a lot of other Yu-Gi-Oh decks is more fair and enjoyable to play against. I don't think that is being biased if I say this. At the same time, it is the most played deck at the moment, so I think it does deserve a hit. The problematic situation that they've maneuvered themselves into with Draco Tail, however, is that the reason why Draco Tail is so powerful at the moment are the branded cards. The Draco Tail deck itself feels very, very, even not even just fair, but honestly often feels weak when you don't open the branded cards these days, because they've already limited Ketu, so consistency on that and Molulu, so consistency on that end is a little bit rough with pure Draco Tail. But whenever, like, I played pure Draco Tail at regionals last weekend, and whenever I didn't open the Albaz cards, my opener felt really like fair. It wasn't like I wasn't auto losing if I didn't draw the branded cards. Like, I was still winning some of the games without the branded cards, but like the opener felt really vulnerable if I just go with the Draco Tail cards. So what I'm getting at is that I don't know what the right thing to do is here. Like, from my perspective, it would be to hit the branded cards and not hit the Draco Tail cards further. Even though the deck is a Draco Tail deck and the branded cards are a smaller portion of the deck, I don't think the Draco Tail deck should receive many more hits. Like, for example, if they did this, right? If they limited Rahu, in my opinion, as someone who's played a lot of Draco Tail, I think Draco Tail is dead with one Rahu, one Ketu. The deck has 0 grind game. It's over. Which I think it would be sad, because I think Draco Tail is a very welcome part of the format, in my opinion, and a play style that should be present. So I would like them to not hit Rahu, or if they want to hit a Draco Tail card, I semi-limit Rahu is the max that I would go. I would not do more than that to the Draco Tail cards themselves. I think it would be a mistake, and I don't think it would be fair, because I think the unfair play patterns in Draco Tail, they come from the branded cards. I think that's when the deck feels like it does too much. Which begs the question, like, how would I hit the branded cards? And here's the next thing. A lot of people have been suggesting limiting Fallen and the Virtuous to break this sort of like cycle of you can activate one Fallen and the Virtuous and get another one with it. I am firmly against this, because from my perspective, once again, if a card like Fallen and the Virtuous is a popular card in the format, I find it hard to view that as a negative. I personally think if people are playing a quick play removal spell that is like so good in grind games, I think that's a good sign. I think that's a good sign, and I think this card seeing play is a sign of a healthy format. And I would not like to see it limited, because if it gets limited, all that it means is you can just simply not play it in decks anymore that aren't branded. Right? Like, if this card gets limited, it's basically a branded exclusive card, which maybe they want that. Maybe they want that, but I don't want that. I would like this card to be accessible for players. I would like this card to see play in a lot of different decks. I really enjoy this card. I think it's fun. I think it's interactive. I think removal and grind game and so on and so forth are good things when it comes to generic staples in Yu-Gi-Oh! And I would like to see more cards like this rather than limiting cards like this. The maximum that I would agree on is if they wanted to semi-limit. If they semi-limited, I would be fine with that. I wouldn't do it, but if they did, I would be okay with it because you could still play 2 copies in all of the decks. I'd be all right with that. I would not like to see it limited though. And then there's the only other 2 cards I feel like you can hit for branded, because I really don't want to ban a branded card. I really don't think we are at that point. I don't think branded deserves that level of punishment. Because pure branded, in my perspective, is a completely fine deck at the moment. Of course, they could maybe hit Christia. I actually forgot to put Christia in here. But they could ban Christia just for like the branded players that are doing that. I'd be okay with that. But then, like, what else do you do about branded, really? Because it feels wrong to not do anything about branded Draco Tail. But I also, like I said earlier, I don't want to hit any of the Draco Tail cards. So this maybe, like, is it okay if branded fusion goes back to 1? Because like branded has so many ways to search it, but branded Draco Tail doesn't. I feel like it's fine to not hit it. Maybe it's fine to not hit it. Maybe it's genuinely fine to not hit it. I think I would be okay if they limited one of these 2, either Fallen of White or branded fusion. I'd be okay with that. Branded fusion is not the problem in branded. I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying, like, I'm not hitting branded fusion because of branded. I'm hitting branded fusion because of Draco Tail. That's why I'm doing this, right? And my logic behind it is that in branded, you play a lot more ways to search your branded fusion. So I think branded fusion being at 1 doesn't necessarily hurt branded as much as it hurts branded Draco Tail. Because in branded Draco Tail, you don't search this card. You are reliant on drawing it. So I think that would be an okay compromise. Let's ban Frixel. I tried to stay away from these sort of hits because in the past, they just haven't really done them. Like, yeah, in theory, I like those types of hits from a game design perspective where you just hit a certain target or the card that, like, for example, like banning Draco Tail Flame or banning Frixel or whatever, like just taking away one component from the deck. I think that's a cool way of balancing it, but I think historically they just haven't really done that. They just haven't really done that, so I feel like it's pointless to predict it or suggest it because that's just not how they do things. I feel like the Link Decoder ban was kind of that, but Link Decoder was also like a really generic extra decks like Cyber's card. So yeah, but no, I mean I would be on board if they decided to ban Frixel. I wouldn't mind that. I would be okay with it. I think it's a solid suggestion to make branded fusion weaker in branded Draco Tail. It would be completely fine to ban Frixel. I would be on board with that. I think it's a solid suggestion. All right. Let me move some of the non-engine to the end real quick because I feel like it depends on some of the other changes that we're doing. Okay. Yummy. Yummy is a really difficult topic in my opinion because it goes so deep. Because with Yummy, I feel like they already tried to hit it really hard with Snatchy to 1, and it came out like so strong. And I feel like the next step, there's only 2 things that they can do. It's either they have to ban a card to get maximum impact, or they have to do consistency limits, which you guys know I'm not a fan of consistency hits, right? But in theory, if they wanted to make sure that Yummy goes away, they could ban Snatchy. But of course, that immediately kills the deck. So I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think they're going to do anything with Snatchy. I think Snatchy is going to stay at 1. Because I don't think they want to, like, of course, low-key, I think their goal with this next ban list is to remove Yummy from the metagame, but not as obviously as with like ban Snatchy, right? But yeah, with the release of Camellia also in Europe soon, like every deck is gonna be able to bridge into Yummy from basically any two monsters, and Yummy is not gonna go away. Pure Yummy is gone because it has too many weaknesses, but all the Yummy slop stuff is still alive and well, and I think they want to get rid of that. In my opinion, an effective way to do it would be to ban Cupsy Yummy Way, because then you basically like. This also kills Yummy, let's be honest, all right? If they ban Cupsy Yummy Way, I think Yummy is pretty done for. I wouldn't mind this at this point, because from my perspective, I think there is no way around this. I think if they want to stop people from playing Yummy Slop, they have to ban one of the things that enable all of the bridges, and realistically, you're simply not going to get rid of every single way to put a Link 1 and a Level 1 onto the board, right? They're not going to ban Linkuriboh, Hornet Drones, Camellia, and what else you have. Like, they'd have to ban so many cards. Gravity Controller to get rid of people just spamming Link 1, Level 1 into Cupsy Yummy Way. The only way to stop this is to ban Cupsy Yummy Way. This is my preferred way of doing it. I would like to see this. I am tired of Yummy combos. And I would like to see this, and then they don't have to do any consistency hits about Cupsy or Marshmallow. Another thing that I thought of was maybe they should get rid of Linkuriboh again. I am not sure whether it was worth it to bring this card off the ban list. I don't know. I feel like Linkuriboh was fine that they banned it. I didn't really want it back. And if they got, maybe if they don't want to go this far, I think banning Linkuriboh instead of Cupsy Yummy Way, I think that does hurt this deck, right? Because the fact that Linkuriboh allows you to, like, basically it's like a Snatchy replacement, quote unquote, right? It's like your pseudo second and third Snatchy, because you can summon it from the extra deck ones, and then you can summon it from the graveyard ones, but realistically, it's not going to change that much. I think this way is preferred for me. But I wouldn't mind if they got rid of Linkuriboh. I don't think it was super smart to bring Linkuriboh back necessarily. Where do we stand on Dragoon, gamers? Are we on board with banning Dragoon? Because I would really like them to. I would be so happy if they did. And I'm not even joking. I don't think that this actually makes the Dark Magician of Destruction that much worse. Just yesterday, I've seen a combo on Twitter it was Yummy Dark Magician, which is apparently a deck in the OCG right now, where it was like two Yummy names making like the full board or almost the full board through Ash and Gamma. And it didn't even use Dragoon. It used the Dark Magician of Destruction to search Magician Souls. Which is a really based usage of the card. Like, I actually don't have an issue with Dark Magician of Destruction. I mean, it is a problematic design because it's basically a Link 1 that searches you whatever. It's a really, really broken and powerful card. My main issue with it, however, is that it enables Dragoon. And realistically, like, the card is like $70 or whatever, and it just came out. They're not banning Dark Magician of Destruction. All right, let's be clear about that. They are not getting rid of Dark Magician of Destruction. So if they're not getting rid of Dark Magician of Destruction, I think Dragoon has to go. But Dragoon is coming out as an overframe? No, you're right. They're not doing it. I know they're not doing it. I'm just wondering how you guys feel about whether it should happen or not. Because, like, yes, you're right. It's an overframe in Rarity Collection 5. It's not gonna go away. All right. If this is a prediction, we just have to do this, right? Because there's no way it's going right now. And some, at least, like, the only good thing about all of this is that, number one, not many people are playing it at the moment. You know, I've gone the entire French Open, which was 10 rounds. I haven't seen a single Dragoon, not just from my opponents, but also like next to me. No one was doing it. So it's not as popular at the moment, luckily. But yeah. Dark Magician of Destruction is a really cool card in Dark Magician and cringe everywhere else. There's nothing to add. They should have made it require like a card that mentions Dark Magician or something. I don't know how they could have done it, but they should not have made it as generic as it is. Ooh, Ilya Sylvia is a good call. Ilya Sylvia, I didn't even include Ilya Sylvia. Because I forgot about it. Yeah, I'd be on board with Ilya Sylvia going to 0. I mean, it would be, I feel like it would be a pretty natural progression from what they've started to do like a year or two ago, right? Like, why did you, or even 3 years ago, like, why did you start banning the Omni Negates in the extra deck? Like, we got rid of Savage, Baron, Apo, like, all of those cards we got rid of. But if you don't hit Ilya Sylvia, Dragoon, Ripper, like, if you're not willing to ban those cards, then it was kind of like for nothing, because now the same playstyle still exists, but like just different artworks. So I'd be very happy with an Ilya Sylvia ban. I would be super happy with that. Yeah. All right, next deck to talk about is Lunalight. And for Lunalight, I think there's only 2 ways you could, or 3 ways, I guess. The first way is you think Lunalight is fine and shouldn't be hit at all, which I think is, looking at results, I think is reasonable. I think Lunalight has not been that successful. Lunalight is a deck that's part of the format. I think it deserves to be hit personally, though, because it's really format warping, right? Like, even if Lunalight isn't that popular and you only play against it like once per tournament or whatever, like, it's really, really format warping, and it forces people to include answers in their decks, and it's really weird. It puts people in a really weird position when they're building their decks. So I would like to see Liger go to 1. This card is not getting banned. It doesn't deserve to get banned, even though I think it's a cringe win condition. I agree with you, but it's not. Looking at the success from Lunalight at the moment, it does not deserve to be completely murdered. I would like to see a Liger limit, though, because then, like, it's just more realistic to actually out it if you just have 1 out in your deck. And the other thing I would really like to see is I would like to see Baguska being banned. In my opinion, this is very late to the party. I have no idea how this card survived Ryziel format. I honestly have no idea how this card wasn't banned during Ryziel. Like, the ban list that got rid of Abyss Dweller should have gotten rid of Baguska as well. This card is even, yeah, it's banned in Master Duel, which is crazy. That's how far behind we are in the TCG on this specific card. Like, if a card is banned in Master Duel, but not in the TCG, something's weird. Something's weird. Yeah. So I would like to see these 2. Mitsurugi. A lot of people have been predicting that we're getting Mitsurugi Prayers to 1 because the OCG has been getting that change, or is getting that change now. I personally think in the TCG this is not necessary for 2 reasons. Number 1, the TCG has done a really good job at actually making sure that people play pure Mitsurugi and not any of the slop variations. You know, at the moment in the TCG, we don't really have people playing Mitsurugi Ryziel. We don't really have people playing Mitsurugi Yami anymore, and so on and so forth. At the moment, people are mostly playing pure Mitsurugi. And I think that's fine. I think the deck is going to get a buff once we get the new Demise Ritual monster. I don't know when that is going to be. Realistically, one of the biggest selling points of Mitsurugi with the new set after Blazing Dominion is going to be its non-engine. We are going to talk about the non-engine that Mitsurugi can play in a second, like Dimension Shifter, Impulse, and so on and so forth. I am planning to have some hits on those cards on this list. And I think under the condition that they're going to do some to the non-engine that Mitsurugi can play, I don't necessarily think Mitsurugi needs to be hit. At most, I would be okay with a semi-limit on prayers. I would not go further than this. I would not go further than this. If they decide to hit Mitsurugi and put prayers to 2, I'd be all right with that. I personally don't even think if this is necessary, but I'd be okay with that. I think limiting prayers at the point where we are with Mitsurugi in the TCG right now would be a mistake for 2 reasons, because like the deck is already only played in pure form, and pure dies with 1 prayers, in my opinion, for the most part. Like pure Mitsurugi just doesn't grind anymore with 1 prayers. It's over. And that is bad for another reason, because the deck was just made super affordable for newer players with the legendary modern decks, and I would really hate to see them basically kill the deck that people are going to pick up as like their first Yu-Gi-Oh deck now, right? Like, you basically invalidate a majority of that product if you kill Mitsurugi like this, which I don't think is a smart move. Not just from a business perspective, but also just like for the new player experience. Like, I don't think it's smart to hit Mitsurugi so hard. Like, the deck is fine in its pure form at the moment. It's a good deck for new players to pick up and learn. Because pure Mitsurugi is a very interesting deck, because it's relatively simple to understand, but it is difficult to master. So it offers newer players a great way into the game, because it's not like terribly difficult to understand. You don't spam like 15 extra deck summons or whatever. Like, you can get going and get started with a Mitsu deck relatively quickly. But there's still a lot of skill to it that you can learn, a lot of stuff that you can figure out. So I really, a lot of reasons why I like the deck, and a lot of reasons why I don't think it's too broken, and I don't think they should limit prayers in the TCG. I'm really against it. Semi-limit I could get on board with, but even that is probably not necessary. Okay. I'm not gonna stop asking for this until it's done. I will not stop asking for it. I promise you that. This card needs to go, please. I know it sucks for the DDD players, but come on, you got another way to negate Nibiru now in your DDD deck. You'll find other ways between your 15,000 extra deck monsters what you can end on. But for the love of God, I need people to stop making Caesar on their end boards in every Fiendsmith variation, dude. We are literally 1 step away from Fiendsmith being completely fine and balanced in the TCG. Just 1 step, and no one is ever going to complain about Fiendsmith again. I promise. Just get rid of Caesar, and we're done. Please. Unironically, if you ban Caesar, people wouldn't even mind if Moon of the Closed Heaven came back, probably. Just errata the card. Once again, similar to some of the things we talked about earlier, yes, errataing wave hiking Caesar to require 2 DD monsters or 2 DDD monsters or whatever would be completely fine. It would do the job. Absolutely, I agree with you. I'd be on board with it. They are not going to do that. You know? They're not going to do that. Okay. I'm going to say something weird. I don't think the Malice engine needs to be hit further, which is a weird thing to say. It feels wrong to even say this from my perspective, but I've played Malice at locals. I've played against Malice in tournaments, and my take on Malice at the moment is that it's completely carried by non-engine. It's got solid 1-card combos, but it also mainly draws a couple of cards, and it's carried by being able to play the most broken non-engine in the game, which we are going to talk about in a second. If they wanted to make a statement, and hit Malice a little bit further, just to make sure it suffers from this ban list, I think White Rabbit to 1 is fine. But then, like, you look at all the other things in the deck, and basically everything is limited already. You could ban a card, sure. You could limit Chessy Cat or whatever, but like, realistically, like I said, I'm trying to be not biased here. from my perspective, even as probably the biggest Malice hater, I think the problem with Malice is the non-engine. I think if they get rid of cards like Fissure, DDG, Arrest, touch card like Impulse, Ash, Shifter, which we're going to talk about later, those are the cards that make Malice powerful at the moment. The Malice engine itself is not that good anymore. I'm on board with limiting White Rabbit or Chessy Cat. Sure, do it. I'm not against it. But when you're asking me, like, does this deck need to get hit? I think the answer is no. I think they should hit the non-engine instead. But I'll leave White Rabbit at 1 just for good measure. Right? Just for good measure. Why not? Okay. How long do you guys think K9 needs to be part of the format until the ban Ripper demand that I'm making every time is actually realistic? How long do you guys think until it's actually something that they would consider doing? Because let me tell you, we can talk about some alternatives. But realistically, from a game design perspective, there is no other solution to K9 but to ban Ripper. The only other solution, even hypothetically, and you're not going to like this, but the only other way to get rid of this problem, and it absolutely is a problem, is to power creep the shit out of it, which is not a good solution, all right? Because as long as Ripper is legal, no matter what you do, level 5 K9 combo piles are going to be viable and toxic unless they get power crept by some other combo pile, which is not something I personally want. People that are saying ban Noroi in chat right now, I think it's outrageous. I think if you play against K9 and you think Noroi is the problem, I think that's outrageous. This card doesn't even come up in like 80% of K9 games. Like, K9 Vanquish Soul plays this maybe as like a one-of now that they have 3 Raisins again. And often, like, I've seen people cut this card because it's not even that good. Like, yeah, okay, it's a broken card and looking at hand shouldn't be a thing. I agree with you, but banning Noroi does nothing. Like, yeah, it is a toxic card. It is a toxic card, but banning it changes nothing. Ripper is the problem. Ripper is the problem. Everything else is not the problem. Jokul is not the problem. Case is not the problem. All the rank up stuff that they do is not the problem. Izuna is never the problem. Lupus is never the problem. It is just Ripper is the card that enables combo decks to just go first, ignore every hand trap, create card advantage while you're doing it. There's no world in which the problem is not Ripper, and cards that negate hand traps like this and are summoned so early and advance your own strategy and are in endboard piece are not okay. All right, Ripper needs to go sooner rather than later, and I will die on that hill. I will not stop demanding this. For now, if they decide to not ban Ripper, the only alternative to actually hit K9 decks, I think, is to ban Saryuja, which I don't think is happening because Saryuja is in Rarity 5. So I don't think anything is happening to Saryuja, but Saryuja is essentially the way how K9s bridge into like Vanquish Soul, for example, right? That if a lot of people are playing Saryuja in K9 Vanquish, and if they don't open Vanquish Soul cards, they just go for Saryuja and draw them, which is fine. But I think it's an argument to be made that you could ban Saryuja. I would like to see it, actually. I don't think it's realistic, which is why I'm putting it down here. But like, I think it's worth pointing out that would be something to do. Please don't hit Vanquish Soul again, man. Please don't do that mistake again, right? Like, it's crazy, right? They limited Raisin and Stake Your Soul. And I told you back then that was crazy because those were not the problem. K9 Vanquish Soul continued to dominate because guess what? The K9 cards were always the reason why it was so broken. Then they didn't really do anything about it but reverse the changes. Like they limited Holisu and gave us back Raisin and Stake Your Soul. Guess what? K9 Vanquish Soul still top tier deck in the format because nothing really changed about the K9 cards. Nothing is going to change unless they hit the K9 cards properly. And even if, let me tell you what happens. Let me tell you what happens if they get rid of Vanquish Soul. Let's say they limit Raisin or they limit Stake Your Soul again because they like, oh, K9 Vanquish Soul is so powerful, we need to hit it. People are going to start playing K9 Christian again. It's just not going to go away. This playstyle is not going to go away unless they hit K9 cards. They hit Jokul and Case with Holisu though. Yeah, and what did that change? What did that matter? Oh, a small consistency hit for a card that has other Rodas existing for it? Like ban Case for K9 when Chaotic Elements is virtually the same card? Limit Jokul when Chaotic Elements can search it? Or like in general, just like limiting K9 cards is such a weak thing to do because K9 Ripper is a generic rank 5. It's a generic rank 5 that searches K9 cards. You can use anything to put 2 level 5s on the board and make Ripper and you have your K9 cards. All right. Next up, Radiant Typhoon. Personally, we are once again in a weird spot, and you guys can let me know whether you agree or not. But from my perspective, Radiant Typhoon, in its pure form, is a completely fine deck. And with Solemn Report coming out in Blazing Dominion, which just for context, I'll show you the card real quick. Solemn Report is a counter trap releasing in Blazing Dominion that says, when a spell trap is activated, activate one of these effects, and then the second effect is pay 3,000 life points, negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card, then your opponent banishes all cards with the same name from hand and deck. You activate this card against Radiant Typhoon, and all of the MSTs are banished, and the deck does not work anymore. You pair that with the fact that Radiant Typhoon is already a pretty fair and balanced deck and more like tier 1.5 at the moment. It's not even close to the best deck in the TCG. It's like, it's fine, it's good, it's a solid deck. But I think it's the type of deck that's naturally gonna rotate out if they release more powerful cards. I don't think a hit like, and also the next thing is like the only thing you can do if you want to hit Radiant Typhoon is consistency hits. Like the deck is like the deck is essentially all consistency. Like you can't really yeah, you could like ban Varurun or ban Phonics or whatever, but that seems way too strict. But then again, the problem, Radiant Typhoon is already incredibly like inconsistent. So if you consistency hit the deck, I think it would be really awkward. There's one thing that I would like to bring up, which is I would not hit Crocea for the reasons I just mentioned, but I think hitting Eldam, Swen, or Chant is a reasonable thing to do from a different perspective, which is that Radiant Typhoon is also being splashed a lot, right? There's a lot of other decks that play these cards in some capacity to just like turbo out some bodies. Whether it's Malice going first or whether it's the Yummy Tri-Brigade or like all of the decks, like a lot of decks are going to do this more often now with Camellia in the format as well. It's just like summon 2 bodies that go +1, don't need your normal summon, make Camellia, here's your Yummy combo without normal summoning, right? The problem is, in order to stop people from doing this, you would have to essentially limit all of them, because most people are playing like, I think the most common ratio is like 2-2-2 or 2-2-1, or like if people want to go really hardcore, they go like 3-3-1 or 3-3-2 or something. Like if you, let's say you limit Chant, then people are just going to play 3-3-1. If you limit Swen, then people are going to play 3-1-3. Like you would have to like semi-limit or limit all of them to achieve this, and then you would just kill Radiant Typhoon, and the slop decks are just gonna find other engines, right? So I wouldn't touch these cards. I wouldn't touch these cards. And I mean, yeah, I like the Radiant Typhoon deck, but I really don't feel like this is biased. I haven't even brought this deck to any tournaments because I feel like it was just a little bit too fair and exploitable. And I think with like new decks entering the format and Solemn Report coming out, I think this deck is fine. And if other combo decks are too strong, like if Yummy, Fiendsmith, Radiant Typhoon, whatever, if those piles are too strong, hit those cards. Like hit the Yummy cards, hit the whatever card, like hit the end board pieces. I don't think Radiant Typhoon is the thing to hit. I would leave it alone personally. So before we start talking about the non-engine, what you can see from this ban list suggestion, let's call it a suggestion. I'm trying to keep it somewhat realistic, but some of it is wishful thinking. But what you can see here is that I am relatively happy with most of the archetypes in the format. There's just a couple of individual interactions that I don't enjoy that I would like to see hit. Like where we've talked about Floodgates, which includes Baguska. I want to see them hit like the specific Yummy bridge. That's one thing I want to get addressed. I want Caesar to go, and I want like end board pieces, right? Like Caesar, Ripper, Liger Dancer. Those are some things I would like to get toned down a little bit. But for the most part, most of this stuff is addressed at generic cards in the format, right? Like I have very little issues with the decks that people are playing, whether it's Draco Tail, Radiant Typhoon, Pure Mitsurugi, or whatever. Like even Malice, the deck itself, I wasn't too concerned about in the current format. What I am a little bit concerned about, though, is the power level of non-engine that some of these decks get to play. And that is the last thing that I would like to talk about with this upcoming ban list. And that's where I have some hope that we're going to get some of the changes that the OCG already has, by the way. Because in my opinion, the reason why some of these decks even thrive in the first place is because, for example, Dominus Impulse is a massive reason why some of these decks thrive, and Dimension Shifter is also a massive reason why some of these decks thrive. Like you'll see a lot of the decks in the current format either lose to Dimension Shifter or Dominus Impulse, or are good because they can play those cards, right? Specifically, you look like the entire second row here, Vanquish Soul, Malice, and Mitsurugi are all decks where you will usually find the one-of Shifter. So as it turns out in Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments these days, on average, I would say like half of your opponents have a Shifter in their deck, which is incredibly popular for a card that is like typically pretty niche. But like at the moment, it feels like it's an all-time high for Shifter. Even if like the card is at 1, it feels like you get Shiftered very regularly. And I would like to see that factor go away. Because if like even if the chance of seeing the one Shifter isn't high, if half of your opponents are playing the card, like at some point you just have to get rid of it. There's no way. If it was still like 2023 and there was like 1 or 2 dedicated Shifter decks in the format, like freaking Fluanderies or Exorcists or whatever, like even then it was a problem, but at least it wasn't in like half of the decks in the format. It was more like the rogue decks that were getting a small buff by Shifter. Nowadays, it's literally the meta decks that are playing Shifter, like half of them. Which is not okay, because you get Shiftered way too often, and the decks that are Shiftering you are also way too powerful. Like they all kill you the turn after they Shifter you. Like the game ends. Like Vanquish Soul Shifters you die next turn. And the same is true for like Malice and so on and so forth. Like these decks just like the game ends if you can't play under Shift. Dominus Impulse is a card that I have very mixed feelings about, because on the one hand, this card is incredibly powerful, but I wouldn't classify it as completely broken or insane. It is a very strong card, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I don't like the gameplay that negation hand traps provide in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I'll make a more detailed video on that soon. I've already started to like plan that. But I just don't think negating starters is interesting gameplay in modern Yu-Gi-Oh anymore, because it comes down to, well, does my opponent have the another starter, or do they just not play the game at all? And I find that not very interesting. This gameplay technically also implies the cards like, sometimes cards like Imperm, Veiler, Ash, or whatever, but with Impulse, the thing that annoys me is that it specifically like benefits some decks in the format while others just can't play the card, which might seem like a healthy restriction at first, but I feel like it's a big problem when it comes to card design, because every time now they make like a dark Yu-Gi-Oh deck, that deck just gets to play Dominus Impulse, and that is like scary if you look ahead as well, because in Blazing Dominion we're getting Dominus Spark, which is another, like, probably the second best Dominus hand trap, maybe third after Dominus Purge, but it's also just for dark and light decks, right? So every deck that, or every dark deck that can play Dominus Impulse also can play Dominus Spark. So the hand trap lineup for some of these decks post Blazing Dominion is genuinely like disgusting. Like Malice as a deck, for example, with space for 15, 18, maybe 20 non-engine, gets to play like Impulse, Spark, Uba, Ash, Droll, Imperm. That is a disgusting non-engine lineup. And so many games these days, when I just want to play engine versus engine with my opponent, they just come down to, my opponent makes a board, I look at the board, I'm like, okay, that's beatable. Whether it's a Malice board or a Draco Tail board or a an Orchist board or whatever, like I'm trying to mention like Orchist because that also plays Dominus Impulse. Like I look at the Orchist board that my opponent was able to make, I look at my hand, I'm like, okay, that's playable, let's play some engine versus engine Yu-Gi-Oh! I start playing, they negate my first starter with Impulse, they negate my second starter with Ash, and all of a sudden it's no longer playable. And I would like to move away from that play pattern. I think even if you think those cards aren't too powerful, I hope that we can agree that that play pattern isn't super interesting. So I would like these cards to get hit in some way, shape, or form. The OCG has done the following thing. In the OCG, they semi-limited Ash and Impulse, and they limited Droll and Lockbird on the recent ban list. As for now, I would be happy if we got the same thing. Typically, I don't really, you guys know this, I don't really like to put cards on the semi-limited section in these because I think like cards are usually either okay or not. I think from a Konami perspective, I think this makes sense because it's kind of like a testing the water kind of thing. Like I personally would go a little bit further than this, but I would be all right if they wanted to try this out and see how it works. But I think if they give us the same thing as the OCG in this regard, I would be happy with it. Like I said, on this specific matter, on like how non-engine has developed in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, I will make another video soon where I discuss this in a little bit more detail. I kind of want to like write down some bullet points for that, so it's a more structured discussion. But I think these three being the most obnoxious and most powerful, and also in some ways least interactive hand traps in the current format, I think it would be welcome if they put some of these onto the list. Yeah. What about unbans? I find unbans usually not that interesting to talk about personally, because for the most part, what we're talking about is like most of the cards on the ban list that are currently forbidden are in one of two categories. The first category is they should never come back, or at least at the moment they definitely shouldn't come back. And the second category is they could come back and wouldn't do anything. Which is, I think, true for like 99% of the cards. And like, yeah, okay, they could bring back Heavy Storm. Sure, they could unlimit stuff like Monster Reborn or other like generic spell cards from back in the day. Like there's a couple of examples. I just don't think the discussion about this is particularly interesting. Cause it's like, yeah, sure, they wouldn't really matter that much, would it? Like even, yeah, Brankets Meow Meow Moo, sure, yeah, bring it back. I don't care. Like Maybe, okay, yeah, Fairy Tale Snow. You guys are saying Jesse had Fairy Tale Snow. Fairy Tale Snow is a potentially interesting one because we're getting the Fairy Tale support. I am scared of Fairy Tale Snow, but I would not freak out if they did it. I think Fairy Tale Snow is probably okay. I'm saying this very cautiously because I'm not sure about it and I am scared. But if they decided to bring back Fairy Tale Snow to buff the Fairy Tale support a little bit, I would probably be okay with it. I would be okay with it. So yeah. And yeah, I mean, if this would be my wish list, but I don't think it is that far off from something that could happen. I mean, realistically, it probably is too many bans. I'm not expecting them to ban, what is this, 9 cards? Or 10. I think we talked about another card earlier that I just forgot to include. I forgot what card it was, though. 2 light on Draco Tail. Okay, Jordan, what would you do as someone who's played probably the most amount of Draco Tail? Like, would you say Draco Tail is a threat? Because, like, here's the thing. Draco Tail already is going to suffer from Fedralis Harmonia release because it's not a deck that can play it. And we've seen this in the OCG. All of the decks that weren't Synchro decks really suffered from Blazing Dominion release. And I think that applies to Draco Tail. I also think Draco Tail has a really mediocre Cool Tune matchup. Yeah. If they limit Rahu, I'm not going to touch the deck, but I think it's going to happen. I mean, I said this earlier as well. I said it could happen. I think they could limit Rahu, but it would kill the deck. Like, the deck is gone if they do this, in my opinion. Which maybe they want that, but I personally don't want it, so that's why I didn't put it here. But I think from a balancing standpoint, I think Draco Tail after this list is not a problem after Blazing Dominion. Personally. If they want to throw in a Draco Tail hit or whatever, that's fine. But I don't agree on the phrasing like too light on Draco Tail. Maybe you're saying it's unrealistic because they want to make a statement and they want to hit Draco Tail hard. But in terms of just balancing, I don't think Draco Tail is an issue after Blazing Dominion in general. If anything, I said I would semi-limit Rahu. Let's put Rahu to 2 on this. I can live with that. I can live with that. So yeah, on the ban section, I think we talked about Archlord Christia as well as Ilya Sylvia earlier, which I would also like to see, which would make it 11 bans. I don't even know if we've ever had a list with 11 bans, but I just feel bad not putting these cards on here. Like, I firmly believe that all of these cards deserve to be banned. So when I make a ban list discussion, I will say that. So even if we just get like half of these, I'm going to be very happy with it. But yeah. For the most part, just as like a TLDR for people that I suppose who scroll to the end of the video, because I know people do that, but it's fine. I think in general, Floodgates, some generic endboard pieces, some non-engine, and very light hits on engine is what I want, right? Because I think at the moment they've done such a good job at this in recent years, and you really gotta acknowledge that. Like, the TCG has done a phenomenal job. Whenever I play or watch OCG or Master Duel these days, I realize how much better the TCG ban list is. Genuinely, I love playing Master Duel for what it is, but like the TCG ban lists have been so much better. So I have high hopes. You know, they've set the bar high, to be fair. They've set the bar high because they've done so much good stuff recently. But like, there is not that many. This might look like a lot because I'm putting so many cards in banned, but there's genuinely, in the grand scheme of things, not that much that needs to be done. Non-engine, Floodgates, and minor hits to meta decks, engines, and we're good. That's it. So I'm looking forward to it because I think this is not too far off from what could happen. But yeah, I guess let me know what you think. Would you be happy with something like this? Do you think it's unrealistic? Do you think it could happen? What's missing? And so on and so forth. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And yeah, I'll see you next time, duelists. Bye bye. Pre-hit Q to 1. Ooh, I guess that's an interesting question. Do you think it's realistic for them to preemptively hit a deck like Cool Tune? Because, like, they did hit Ryziel and Malice before Star and March Hare came out, right? They did do that for Malice and Ryziel before they got the full support. However, they did that when those decks were already being played, right? Like it was not before the deck even saw any play. They did it with Harpy's Featherstorm in Radiant Typhoon, but that was not a Radiant Typhoon card. So if there was a really generic card that only was good in Cool Tune or was really problematic specifically in Cool Tune, then maybe they would do it. But like, because Cool Tune has not been played at all at the moment, I feel like it's hard to justify hitting it. I personally wouldn't expect it. Yeah, I personally wouldn't expect them to do it. A new trap hole was released. Wait, did we get a new card? Did I miss it? Oh, they did. When did that come out? It just got revealed. Ah. Hold up. Oh My Traphole. Okay. Oh My Traphole is a new trap hole from Chaos Origin. When a monster effect is activated on your opponent's field during the turn, they special summon the monster. Destroy the monster that activated that effect, then destroy all opponent's cards, its adjacent monster zones, and spell trap zones, if any. Okay. That's fun. Is that good enough to make a trap card see play? Probably not. The fact that it is a trap hole, of course, benefits specifically Trap Trick a little bit, but it's I think what's missing is that it doesn't negate the effect. Paleo support. I mean, that's the thing, right? This card is exclusively removable, and it's also, if it ever becomes a popular card, it's incredibly easy to play around. That's also something you have to like keep in mind, is like, if people know this card is a thing, it becomes significantly worse because it is so easy to just not summon adjacent, right? Like you just like, you don't summon under your EMZ, you set your spell traps not in the same columns that you're about to summon a monster in, and so on and so forth. Like there's so many ways to play around this card. So if ever, like, it would only be good if it catches your opponent off guard. It could be an okay board breaker with Rafflesia, but then you also have to consider that like it does have an activation condition. You can't activate it at any time. I think that would make it better if you could just like target a monster and destroy all adjacent cards. That would be neat. But since it does have a condition, it's not as flexible with the timing on when you can use it, right? Like you have to kind of like rely on your opponent, and then you just have to hope that at the moment the layout is good for it. So yeah, I think it sounds fancy and it sounds fun, but I think it's not good. Because if you're looking at removal stuff, like Torrential Tribute, like even a card from 2003 is probably better if you're looking to play like removal traps, Needle Sealing or whatever, right? So So it's a fun concept, but it's like 20 years late. I really wish they would start doing more like normal traps that are actually good without being lingering floodgates. For some reason, I mean, we've talked about this in the past, but for some reason they seem so hesitant to make good trap cards. Like, why? Why can't we make more cards like Ice Dragon's Prison or Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon? Like, Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, even, like, it feels somewhat recent, but it isn't even. Like, that card came out in 2022, I think. Like, that is 4 years ago that we've gotten a good, like, trap card. And Ice Dragon's Prison is even older than that, I think. They probably don't want to accidentally create man-style decks. Bro, they created man on purpose last year. And they put the word negate on every single card. Bro, it's not that hard to make a good removal trap in 2026. If they wanted to, I'm sure they could do it. Like, just don't use the words negate on it and don't make it a lingering thing of like your opponent can't do this for the rest of the turn. It's not rocket science. They could literally, okay, here's a thought experiment, okay? We'll do it really simple. Normal trap card. If your opponent controls more monsters than you do, destroy all monsters on the field. Good card or bad card? Would that even see... I think it's a good card, but would that even see much play? I'd play it in Paleo. I specifically put if your opponent controls more monsters because I didn't want it to be just like so broken going first when you make a big board and then set it. From hand is good. No, okay. I'm not trying to make a hand trap, okay? I want a good removal trap that is not hand trap, not lingering floodgate, and not just negate. Okay, is that so hard to wrap your head around? Yes. Okay. You can make like evenly. Dude, you guys don't want to understand me. You guys don't want to understand me. That's where we're at right now. It's that hard? I don't think it's that hard. I think Karma Cannon proves. I think Karma Cannon proves that it's not impossible. I think they are just not trying, realistically. Like, they are, like, every single normal trap that's come out since Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon has just not been an attempt of making something like. It's a terrible card. What are you going to do with it going second? It needs a turn with the turn it was set clause. I mean, here's the thing, right? If you, I think it's an interesting card, the one I just mentioned, because even when you're going second and you're playing a trap deck, it's a way to deal with an established board that doesn't require your opponent to like keep summoning. Because like, of course, you could play like Needle Sealing or Torrential Tribute, but those are like, you know, you have to wait for your opponent to do something or fulfill a condition before you can do it. The other one is just like, okay, if your opponent has more monsters, you can blow them all up. I think that would be a playable Yu-Gi-Oh card. And here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. If it's not a good Yu-Gi-Oh card, or if it's a very niche Yu-Gi-Oh card that only like Paleo plays, then what's the harm in trying to make it? Right? Like, what's the point of making cards that are like obviously so bad that no one is going to play them even in something like Paleo? Like, normal traps have just been atrocious. I think maybe I just think about it differently as someone who's played a lot of Paleo, but I think that card that I mentioned, I think is a good Yu-Gi-Oh card. I would be excited for it, and I think it would be solid. Doesn't the good trap almost always require you to play a trap deck nowadays? Even Karma Cannon is like that? Not really, right? There's been formats where people played Karma Cannon. I've played Karma Cannon in non-trap decks, but even if, then what's the problem with giving removal traps to trap decks? Like the archetype that you're talking about, the trap deck doesn't exist at the moment, is the thing, right? That's also, I guess, an argument that like that archetype isn't a thing. And if it is a thing, if it ever sees play, people hate it because they don't play removal traps, they play friggin' Odeon traps to just negate everything, right? And then the question is like, would you rather play against a deck that has removal traps, or would you rather play against man who every single trap says negate what your opponent is trying to do? What about Lab? Yeah, Lab is from 2022. When's the last time Lab has been good? Saying Lab as a counter argument to this is like when someone says, "Oh, I miss the old Yu-Gi-Oh from way back in the day. Yu-Gi-Oh is way too fast these days." And then I say, like, "What are you complaining about? We had Hat in 2014. Hat existed." Have you read Shipping Error? Highly underrated normal trap. What is that? I feel like I've seen it before. When a card or effect is activated that includes an effect that adds a card from deck to the hand, the activated effect becomes your opponent takes a card from their deck for you to add to your hand, and you must keep that card revealed. During the end phase of this turn, shuffle it into the deck, and if you do, draw one card. Eh? So, I mean, you said highly underrated card. I guess it depends on the ranking or the rating that you're doing. I suppose maybe in a competition of what the worst possible trap card is, this might be highly underrated. This might be a sleeper pick for that competition. It's always a matter of perspective, gamers. Okay. All right. Well, the thing is, what we've just done is exactly what we're going to do for the rest of the stream, which is essentially open-ended today. Because today is something I've been postponing this for a long time because I really needed to do it, but I didn't want to. But it's another Yapathon Q&A and sorting stream today because I have a lot of stuff that I need sorted in my collection because I keep like the last sorting stream is like months ago. And since then, like, of course, I've pulled all of the cards out of my boxes and I haven't put them back in, as one does. So we need to do it. Also, I've been thinking about rearranging my stuff a little bit, and I'll talk about that in a second, I suppose. But the idea for today's stream is that we can just yap about Yu-Gi-Oh! While I sort some of my cards. I can also tell some stories about some of the cards that we come across. And we just have a chill time. That is the plan for today. Like, we haven't been yapping for the last 2 hours. We have been yapping for the last 2 hours, but now we're also sorting because I haven't done that at all yet today. So it's gonna be chill. So feel free to drop in to the chat with any sort of questions or just topics, discussions that you wanted to have. It's gonna be fun. Let me grab some of the things. Okay, so let me show you how I've sorted my cards at the moment. And then I can talk a little bit about what I want to change potentially. So if you were here last time, I have sorted my stuff in these boxes, and it's all alphabetically, right? It's divided by spells, traps, and the other box has monsters. And then eventually I don't know if we did this on stream or if I did it off stream, but because my monsters were getting too many for one of these boxes, I separated the extra deck. I separated extra deck from main deck monsters for this. And I guess let me give you some feedback on how that was, because a lot of people were asking me about this last time, like how do you like your sorting system and like so on and so forth. Alphabetic sorting system has been great for me. I've been finding cards so quickly when I was looking for them. My only gripe, my only problem with it was that for some archetypes, if the name of the archetype is not in front, you have to go through a lot of different letters to find all the cards. What's a good example of this? I don't know. Whatever. Mitsurugi. Yeah, Mitsurugi, like some of the cards, like they all start with different letters, even though they're all Mitsurugi cards. So what I thought about was, hear me out and let me know what you think of this. I thought about doing basically a double sorting system where all of my generic cards are sorted alphabetically, but then I have another box. Then I have another box where I put everything sorted by archetypes, like deck cores, right? And instead of having a letter on the divider, I put like Sky Striker and Draco Tail. And then within that, I sort alphabetically, right? Do you know what I mean? So that way, like, let's say, but then the question is, here's the thing. We have to think this through before we do this, all right? Because like, where does an archetype begin in Yu-Gi-Oh, right? For example, Dino Wrestler Pankratops, where does it go? Does Dino Wrestler Pankratops go into the generic box, or does it go into the archetype box, but then it would be the only card in the Dino Wrestler thingy? Because I don't think I have other Dino Wrestler cards, right? So like, where do I start? Like, where's the line? Where's the line between the cards that go in the generic box and the deck core box? Is what I'm thinking, right? So I guess maybe I just make it so that I put all like the meta deck cores that I realistically need at some point. Like, I'm never gonna need Dino Wrestlers, so that's gonna be in the generic box. And then also, it's relatively quick to find one of the archetypes, right? Because there's going to be like, what, 30, 40, 50 dividers in that. So I just check, you know, if I'm looking for Dino Wrestler Pankratops, it wouldn't be the end of the world if I check, oh, do I have a Dino Wrestler deck core? No. Oh, then I got to check in the generic box, right? Same problem with Radiant Typhoon Vision? No, I don't think that's a problem. because Radiant Typhoon Vision, obviously, even though it is a generically useful card, obviously Radiant Typhoon Vision goes into the deck core Radiant Typhoon in the deck core box. But I know this, right? I know this, so whenever I go to look for my Radiant Typhoon Vision, I know where to look. That's not a problem, right? That's not a problem, because as long as I know where to find it, that's okay. As long as I know, oh, I have a Radiant Typhoon deck core, then I just go look into that box, right? That's fine. That's fine. I like this idea, I think. Yes. Yes, I think I like this. Which means we need a couple more dividers for the deck cores, and then we have to go through all this and decide which deck cores are worth putting in a separate box, I suppose. Oh yeah, also something I started doing for my, like, how to store sleeves, which is a problem I've come across recently, because when you store sleeves, one of the problems is that they're all really curled. I've just been using my old boxes from my oversleeves. This is not nothing here is sponsored today, by the way. But we're going to come across some sleeves and some products and whatever, and people are going to ask what I use. But nothing here is sponsored. I use my old oversleeve boxes. I just started keeping them, and I just on top I write what kind of sleeves are in there. Like, these are the 2024 Red World sleeves. And that's how I store them in these boxes. And that's been nice for me. So whenever I decide before a tournament what kind of sleeves I use, I just look in here and it says what kind of sleeves are in there. And then I can pick the ones I want. So, yeah. Okay. Where do we start? Where do we start? That's always the problem. This is only the spell trap box, by the way. The monster box is over here. So we have a lot to go through. I love the Molcharmi sleeves. I haven't really, admittedly, for recent tournaments, since I got the Molcharmi sleeves, I haven't really used anything else for the most part. So yeah, but I still have some of the other ones. Do you like how Cool Tune plays? Cool Tune, I guess let's let me find a place to start, and then we find a talking point, because right now I'm just like trying to figure out where I start with all of this, which is confusing. But once I have something to do, then we can start talking about things. All right, give me a second. The first thing I want to do is I want to sort out archetypes from these boxes. Okay, I will do that. I will do that first. Okay. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through this box and I'm going to sort out everything that I feel like is worth having as an archetype in the archetype box. All right, good. Do you guys think Unchained deserves to be a deck core? Probably, right? Unchained. Backjack is generic. Abza Router is a rocket deck core. Mermail deck core. Sharks. Is Sharks a deck core? Is Sharks a deck core that's worth? I don't even have many shark cards. Yes, of course. Okay, dude. Adignister. Yes, I own Adignister cards. Adignister is a deck core. Despia is a deck core. There's a lot of deck cores. Okay, Animal Candle. That's not an ally. Ally of Justice is not a deck core. Generic. Despia. Amorphage. All right. I'm pretty sure the only Amorphage cards I own are these three. I have Goliath, Lechery, and Sloth. I don't think that's a deck core. Yeah. What is the overarching term for the anchor bolt hedgehog. Is that junk? Synchron? Synchron deck core? Yeah, Synchron is a deck core. Ancient gear. I don't know if I have. Oh, my friend, the Odeon deck core. Spirits. Spirits, what do we say? Is spirits generic or is spirits a thing? Generic? Yeah. Archfiend Harris. Archfiend. Technically, Archfiend is a deck core. Technically, Archfiend is a deck core, but I don't own many. Prestia is generic. Arc Nemesis. Nemesis is not a deck core, it's an engine. Argo Stars. Argo Stars is a deck. Melodious is a deck. Labyrinth is a deck. Oh, this is gonna take a while. This is also a lot more. Dude, we're in the first. We're still in A, and it's already 12 deck cores. How many deck cores is this gonna be? I'm never gonna find anything. Hold up. Armageddon Knight. Armed Dragon. Armed Dragon? Nah. Dark. Arrow Mage. Aroma. Okay, that's a deck core. Art Mage. That's a deck core. Artifacts. Nope. Ash. Synchrons. White Forest. Pendulum. Should I make a pendulum? Should I make a pendulum category? Or I just keep them in here? No. Mermaid Atlantean. Okay, we're through with A. We're through with A, and we've already started a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15 deck cores. Awesome. Barrier statues are not a deck core. Bat the Forest Ninja. For Hire is a deck core. Bee Trooper Sting Lancer. Dark World. Chimera. Okay, I need more space. Hold up. This is not working. This is not working. We need more structure to this. I'll be right back. I got a chair to put the box on. Okay. You have a big box for bulk? Yeah, I give my bulk away somewhat regularly. Dude, this is going to be so hard to keep track of. I don't even know if I have enough dividers for all these archetypes. Dark World. Okay. Okay. Anyways, what were we talking about? Cool Tune. I think Cool Tune is polarizing, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. Because on the one hand, I like the deck's play style in terms of being a mid-rangey, like relatively low ceiling deck. I like it. I've been having a lot of fun with it in Genesis, but I also do understand why people hate the interactions that it has, like the extra deck rips and stuff like that. I think is kind of weird. Bee Trooper. No, I'm not making a B-Trooper thingy. B-Trooper is a generic card. Black Eyes is Plunder. Black Metal Dragon. Do I put Black Metal Dragon and the Baby Dragons into the Rocket pile, or are they generic cards? Because I'm gonna make a Rocket core, but do they go in the Rocket core into the Rocket pile? I'm not sure. I don't know. I'll think about it. Black Wings, my favorite section. Dragon Rulers. More Plunders. Blue Eyes. Per Hire. Dark World. Dragon Rulers. Okay, is Butterfly Fish... I have a ruling question. Is Butterfly Fish part of the Shark core? No, right? That's a generic card. Mermail? Nah. Yeah, but like... No. No, I'm not doing that. I know Mermail can play it, but I'm not putting all the things. I do a Bestial core. I have multiple copies of the Bestials, and I have a box where I put all my staples. Like, those are excluded from this. Like, the Bestials I'm gonna keep in here, but I have a separate... Don't worry, I have a separate Bestial core in my staple box. My gold cap shell. Okay, there's Melodious. Centurion is a core. Okay. Up, 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 up. Dark World. Dragon Mates. Sure. Chimera was here. More Melodious. Dude, am I making a resonator pile? I think I'll just leave the resonators in the box. Yeah. This is junk. Synchron. Magistus. Crusadia. Dude, this is getting out of hand. I'm questioning. All right, hold up. Before we get lost in the sauce too deep here. Before we get lost in the sauce too deep, because I wasn't looking to make like 200 deck cores, all right? I don't even know how many separators I have, dividers. That was, I underestimated how many this was going to be. What if you just sort playable archetypes? I could just do the ones that I'm like, that I regularly need. Or not need, but like the ones where I also have a full archetype. Like I don't have many Arrow Mage cards, for example, right? I don't have many Ancient Gear cards. I don't have many Sharks. I don't have many Adignisters. But it would be useful to have like the full White Forest core in one section, for example. Not that I'm planning to use White Forest in the near future, but if I ever want to, I can just go there. I know I have a full core, just get all the cards, right? Why do you even have some of them to begin with? I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I just randomly pick up cards. I think this Ancient Gear statue, I just opened it. I pulled it. What was it from? Maze of the Master, yeah. Okay, yeah. I think this is good. I think I'll just sort the ones where I know I have a decent chunk of the core, and where like I'm also somewhat likely to like play the deck at some point, maybe. Like an Arrow Mage, Ancient Gear, Sharks, Adignister, that stuff goes back into the thing. Because then if I'm looking for the cards, I still know where to look, right? It's not a problem it's not a problem if the card is in the other box as long as I know it's there. The deck core box is just meant to give me easy access for like a full deck core that I might need, right? And if I just have like 2 Adagnister cards, there's no point of me making a separate thing in the whatever, you know? And you just sort the ones that don't start with the same letter. I could do that, but then I would still have to like know which ones do that and which ones don't when I'm looking for cards. But it's just like for most of my like deck cores, I know that I own them, right? Like I know that I have a Centurion deck core. So when I'm looking for my Centurion cards, if I ever want to play a Centurion card, I would know, okay, I probably have the deck core sorted in the deck core section, right? So yeah, okay, hold up. Okay, where was I? All right, that's gonna make it easier. Like I'm not gonna make an ice barrier freaking deck core. Crystal beasts, no. Cristrons. Cristrons make sense, right? Put all the Cristrons into one pile. Cyber Angel, no. Cyber Dark, no. Cyber Dragon in general, no. No, no. Is Magistus worth playing in White Albaz Dracotail? I personally don't think so. But there are people that prefer it. Still need a Blackwing core. Have we done a TCG Banlist discussion? Yep, we are just done with that, like a moment ago. Okay, all my dangers. Also, by the way, how do you like for this stream? How do you like the camera thingy? Should it be closer? Do you want to see what I have in my hands more, or is like do you like the total thingy? Because I don't find like that. Okay. I think I'll leave the dangers in this box because they all start with the same name anyways, and they're not really a deck core. Yeah, okay. Dark Armed, Beckoning Beast. DDDs. I don't really have a DDD deck core. I have a couple of the DDD cards. I think I'll leave them in here. Diva, Minstrel. Ice Barrier, Tistina. I don't have a Tistina core. More Despias though. I do have a lot of those. Destrudo, Destiny Heroes. I own exactly 4 Destiny Heroes. That doesn't make a core. Okay. Now we have an interesting thing to discuss. Where does Diabellstar go? Where does Diabellstar go? Because I think these two. Wait, no. This one. Hold up. So. Vengeance, I would say, goes into White Forest core. Diabells, if anything, would go into the Chimera core. Diabellstar goes into multiple. Do I just divide by lore? Do I just make like do I make a Diabellstar lore divider and that's where White Forest goes and that's where Snake Eye go? Like they're all in one pile? They could be, right? I just make a Sinful Spoils thingy, right? That's where Azamina, White Forest, and Snake Eyes go. That'd be fine. Yeah, that's fine. And that's also where this goes. Jump scare. Dinomorphia, sure. Draco Slayer. Draco Slayer. Onomat. So does that apply to Branded, Despia, and Dogmatica as well? Do they all go into the branded lore pile? Yeah. Okay. We have more for hires. Doomsy. I guess Medius lore, same thing. Yeah, Archmage and Doomsy go together. It's Medius lore. Okay, gotta do it like that. Here is Double Disruptor Dragon. Dragon Maid. Blue Eyes. Yeah. Rytron. Screw Rytron. Frogs. Branded's a little different because of Sword Soul and Sprite being their own decks with little to no connection. Yeah, but those I would just put them in their own piles. I think that's fine. Eldritch. Eldritch is probably worth core. Melodious. Heroes. I already passed some Destiny heroes, but maybe I should put all the heroes into a pile. That would kind of work. It would make it easier to find if I ever need some heroes. Sure. You're going to need 2 boxes for all the hero stuff? No, I don't have that much. I don't have that many heroes. LZs, go here. Life Twins. Monarchs. Yeah, Monarch is worth. Here's Evil Heroes. Yeah, where'd I put them? Exosister. Yeah. Ryziel. Ryziel is a good example of a deck where like everything starts with a different letter. So it was always annoying to find all the Ryziels. Looking forward to any alt arts from Rarity 5. I mean, of course, the full arts is what I'm looking forward to most. I actually, funnily enough, I do think the Dimension Shifter is really funny. I do think the Dimension Shifter is funny, even though some people are offended by it. I think it's hilarious. Even though, I mean, I hate the card. You guys know this, but I think it's funny. What else? Ooh, a Fluonderese core. You look at that. Awesome. Ogdodic. Nah, screw that. Fluffle. Do I have a Fluffle core? I have too many cards, man. Junk. I'm undoing the junk core. I've decided. Screw the junk core. Are you still doing the Duel Links grind for Worlds? Yeah, I'll be doing it. Hold up. Fluffle, and Ogdoadic. Dude, should I do know that I own like a significant part of the Ogdoadic core because of Mitsurugi. I picked it up. I also have a bunch of the Fluffles. Is it worth? I'll put them aside for now. Maybe I'll sort them back in here later. Do you have any Heart of the Underdog locals? What is Heart of the Underdog again? Is that Rogue decks or is it commons? I forget. This is Shining Sark. This is Onomat. This is Punk. Galaxy, I don't have a core for that. Lightsworn. Adignister. Chimera. Gem Knights. I'm not sorting out a yugioh archetype. You can't make me. Holy shit, I looked away for a second. Why is there double the amount from a moment ago? I do not have enough space for all of this. I am also very concerned about that. Gimmick Puppet. No, screw that. Orchist. Did we already have an Orchist card? No. Gizmek. Nope, not doing Gizmek. I should put Gizmek Uka in my staple box, though. Goblin Bikers. Sure. Onomat. Plunder. Plunder, 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 plunder here. Can Mermaid come back for Orchist? I think so, yeah. Millennium. Up. Gold Pride. Gold Pride? Ah. Dark World. Ubel. Branded. Horus. Mikanko. Heraldic. For that. Ascent. Not doing Ascent. Look at this goaded card. This is not gonna go well. Rizio, I win, you lose. Spirits, Adventure, nope. Inspector Border, Horus, Noble Knights, Infernoids. No, I don't have cores for those. For those. Infinite Tracks. Punk. Where was Punk? I had Punk. Yeah, there. Lightsworn. Jurak. Hey, you know what? Maybe it does work. I found New Hope. Kashtira. Kashtira is a deck core, but Fenrir and Unicorn are in my staple box anyways. Screw that. Goatee. Nope. Ogdoadic. I put Ogdoadic somewhere here. Dragon Maid. Jump scare. Master Duel jump scare. Labyrinth. I had Labyrinth cards, I could swear. Okay, there. More Labyrinth. Fire King. Dragon Maid. My Lil Bromancer core. Okay, sure. Do not remind me of that one. There it goes. Lightsworn. Live Twins. I had those. Eh. Voiceless Voice. That's a core. Yeah, Voiceless Voice is a core. Labyrinth. Dark World. Lightsworn's Luna Light. That is definitely a core. It keeps falling over in the box. I hate when that happens. Why do I have so many Machina cards? You know, you're staying here. Madolce. Madolce. Yeah, okay. Madolce. Magical Muskets. Blue Eyes. Manadium. What would happen if Charlie jumped on the table? I would be devastated, but I would also pet him. Medius. Where's Medius? Guys, find Medius. There. Found it. Meknight, Melfi. Oh, Memento definitely deserves a thingy. Oh, no. Goodbye, keyboard. Man. Mermail. Metalmorph? Nah, screw that. Mimighoul? Oh, why not? Chimera. Shadal. Naturia. Octodick. Dragon Ruler. Did I undo my Dragon Ruler pile? I did. Okay. Ogdodic. Mermail. Hmm. Necros. Oh yeah, I'm doing Necros. Dude, I'm running out of space. I am genuinely running out of space. Is this a hero card? Is this a Chimera card? No, right? Not a Chimera card. No, wait. No, wait. Who remembers this little guy? Who remembers him? And who remembers when I bought Nimble Momongas because I thought you could crash and then summon more Nimble Momongas, but it doesn't work because they get summoned face down, so it doesn't make sense. That's my favorite sprite deck of all time. Where's Mikanko? I had Mikanko. I know I had Mikanko. Anyone see a Mikanko card? There. Unk, 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 Unk. Octodic. Onomat. Orchest. Orchest. Dragon Maid. Our patron. Reda Plant. Reda Plant. No, don't have a core. Primite. I'll leave Primite in here. Early. Early's a core. Dude, I don't know. I don't think I have enough dividers for this. I was not prepared. For hire, Ragnarika. I'm not doing Ragnarika. Screw that. Raid Raptors, screw them as well. Monarchs. I had Monarchs there. RB. RB. Or Plunder. Plunder, plunder, plunder. Here. Red Eyes. Oh, Red Eyes. Am I doing Red Eyes? I had Red Eyes, the little baby dragon earlier. But it's weird because Red Eyes Black Full Metal Dragon is part of Red Eyes and Metal Morph. I dipped for 5 minutes. What happened? Do not question it, please. Please. The worst thing is that if this doesn't work out, I've undone all of my alphabetic sorting. I've ruined all of it. So please do not question it for now, because I'm going to lose my sanity if I have to sort all of it back. Because we spent hours doing this last time. Where was Shadol, dude? I had Shadol. I know I had Shadol. Ha. Regenesis. Sure. Here. Regenesis here. Dark World. Rescue Ace. Yes, Rescue Ace is a core. But I don't have room. Rescue Ace goes here. Man. For hire. Magistus. Ritual Beast. Sure. Rocket. Rocket, rocket, rocket. White Forest. Fire King. Voiceless voice. Blue eyes. What do you think? What do you think if you had to guess which pile is going to be the tallest at the end? Like which archetype do I have the most cards for, or which is my biggest my biggest deck core? If you had to guess, Alamangrate. I don't know the answer. For the record. Bell. And it's not just like what you think the largest archetype in general is, because I might just not own. Like, for example, I'm pretty sure Heroes would win, but I can tell you it's not going to be Heroes most likely because I don't have that many of the hero cards. I don't know the answer. We will find out together. Lightsworn, maybe. I should have a decent chunk of the Lightsworn cards. Scareclaw. Scareclaw, sure. For higher. 6 Samurai, screw that. Millennium here. Shadol. That was Millennium. Melodious. Shining Sark. We had Shining Sark stuff earlier. What was it? Here. This is Shining Sark, isn't it? Yeah. Dark World, White Forest. Voiceless. Oh, Snake Eyes, my favorite. Okay, those all go in the White Forest, the Bellstar pile. Dark Lord, Dark World. Melodious. Spellbook. Nah. Ritual Beast. Here. Why do I have 2 piles of spores? Sort that out. Right, that's a core. Springans Kit. Spiral. Don't have many of those. Ryziel. I'm not making a Sunseed thingy. Super heavy. Nah, screw it. It's an engine. Frog. Ryziel. Sword Soul. Okay, the bad news is we're basically out of space on my desk. The good news is we're almost through with the monsters, which in theory should be the end of all the deck cores, right? Like we're gonna go through the spells, but most of the spells are gonna belong to one of these cores, except for like Runic. All right. Melodious Elements. And as I say this, there's a new archetype. And Tenny. Oh, Tenny is an archetype. Not Tenny's an engine. Screw that. Tenpai is a deck. Monarch. Bestial Aluber here. Wait, shouldn't the Bistials go here in the branded lore? They should, right? I should go back and find them. Ah! Man. Toy trap tricks. Yeah, sure, trap tricks is a deck, fortunately. Frog! Fry Brigade. That counts too. Trickstar. I don't know. Bistials don't go in the stable pile. I have multiple of the Bistials. Because like these are just the ones from the branded structure deck or the branded whatever it was called, the Chronicles deck. So those are extra copies. Unchained, 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 unchained. Where's Arc? Vanquish Soul. Vanquish Soul. We didn't have any Vanquish Souls yet. Pluton, my goat. Vernusyphilis. Visa Starfrost. Okay, where the hell is the Visas lore? We had Vanadium earlier. Left side-ish. Here's Scareclaw. Well, technically, okay, Visa Starfrost is just gonna be here, Scareclaw, and Vanadium. I'm down putting all of those into one pile. But where's Vanadium? Am I blind? I might be blind. Where's Vanadium? Bottom left, close to Lunalight? 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 Here. Huh? Oh, there, dude! I had my hand over it. The pearly pile is under my face cam. It's here. There's a pearly pile. Don't worry. Vision Heroes. Go in the hero pile. I'm not gonna make a volcanic. Lightsworn. Plunder. For hire, for hire, for hire. Bell. Monarch. Octodic. Magistus. Onomat. Okay, and with that, we have finished the monsters. We have not really created any order yet. And I can say, just eyeballing it, it looks like I've roughly sorted out half of the box. So half of my stuff is now in deck cores and the other half is still like there. But it should be easy enough to find stuff after all of this is done. I guess now I just have to go through spell traps and put them in the piles that they belong. I don't think there's another way to do it. Right? There's no other way to do it. We just have to do spell traps. Okay. So here's first movement solo. That goes in the melodious pile. Alright. A. We have Abomination's Prison. We have some Abyss spell here. Advanced Heraldry Art. We had Heraldic Beast. But did I keep the Heraldic Beast as a core? I did. Heraldic Beast where? I left them behind. Okay, fine. I can live with that. Hero. AI. Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace. Rescue Ace. Oh, you guys can't even see that. Rescue Ace over there. Allure. Ancient Gear I left behind. Argo Stars. Argo Stars is here. Archmage. Archmage spells all go in the medius pile. Boom. Voiceless Voice. Beware of the White Forest. What is Springant's Kit doing in the Snake Eye pile? Polar Bear in Arlington, Texas. Okay, Blackwing, Black Rose Garden. I decided against those. Bonfire is a generic card. Branded spells. Card destruction. Why Arlington? Dude, I didn't make the meme. I don't know. Centurion. Charge of the Light Brigade. Charge into a dark world, whatever that does. Chimera Fusion. Fire King. Crusadia. Christian. Eldritch. Have you tried Radiant Malice? No. No, I haven't. Dark Fusion, Dark World Accession, Archives, D-Links, Sinful Spoil, Theater of the Branded, D-Force. Domain, Doomsday here. So far, branded, the branded lore pile is winning. By the way, Dragon Maid, Snake Eye Chase. Emblema Oath. Will. Exosister. Wait, is Exosister Martha really the only Exosister monster I own? That can't be true. Anyways, I'll check that later. It could be true, actually. I don't know if I've ever owned an Exosister core. This looks like a freaking mess. Dude, just trust me, it's gonna be glorious at some point. It's gonna be phenomenal. I have to tell myself this. Fusion Destiny. Future Silence. Did you just open Martha and never the rest? I don't know. I think the Marthas I have here are from Mega Pack. So it could be that I just pulled some from it. Dark World. Surprising amount of Dark World cards, by the way. I think Dark World is in second place right now. In terms of the height of the pile. Gem Knights. Goblin Biker. Goblin Biker, Goblin Biker. Someone from my locals got their invite for nationals with Exosister last weekend. I mean, Exosister is not that bad in the current format. It's not like top tier, but it's not terrible. I almost lost to it at French Open as well. Labyrinth. Libromancer. Life Twin Sunny Snitch. Luna Light Fusion. Masquerade Perfume. Oh, Madolce. I had Madolce somewhere. Here. Musket. Vanadium. Mask Change. Blue Eyes. Bunch of Mikanko spells. Millennium Ankh. Yeah. Mimighoul. Mitsurugi. Yeah. Naturia here. Necros. Where did I put Necros? There. Nightmare Pain, Nightmare Throne. All right, now that I'm in the flow a little bit, now that I'm in the flow a little bit of sorting, let's do some discussions. What do you think about the current state of board breakers in the game? I think board breakers are simultaneously in a decent but also in a weird spot, because I feel like there is a lot of the board breakers are just straight up bad in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, because more and more decks are just too resilient to them, which I think is not very desirable, because I think board breakers, I think it's important for board breakers to be viable, because it basically, not because I care much about board breakers, but because I feel like if board breakers aren't good, it's just more of a sign that the power level is getting out of hand. But it's still, it depends, I guess, because some decks are just good against board breakers, without being too broken. Like, I don't know, like board breakers aren't great against Draco Tail because their board just isn't as threatening, so it's not as simple, I suppose. Rapid trigger. So I think for the most part, they're fine. I think Droplet is like the one exception where that card is just phenomenal still. But funnily enough, not because of its board breaking capabilities, or rather, I mean, it is board breakers, but like it's the reason why Droplet is so good is more so because it dodges targeting negation on spells these days, I feel like. Which I think is interesting that that's the reason why the card is good. Not the only reason why it's good, but it's because it does that and it's also good against heavier combo decks. So I think that's interesting. Runix, Fog Champion. Ryziel. What do we think of Ghost Ogre in the upcoming meta? Ghost Ogre in the upcoming meta. When you say upcoming meta, do you mean Cool Tune? I would think Ghost Ogre is fine against Cool Tune, but not the greatest. I mean, I guess if they start with one of the normal summons that search, and then you Ghost Ogre that, then there is a decent chance that they just pass, right? I just never like relying on that, I suppose. Because like technically Ghost Ogre is even okay right now in current TCG format, but it really does boil down to, well, you Ghost Ogre the Ecclesia Synchro and hope they can't play. Or you Ghost Ogre... What else do you Ghost Ogre right now? I mean, against Yummy, it'd be Ghost Ogring Snatchy and hoping they don't have a way to extend through that or something. It's kind of weird. Deception. Right. If that's more popular, the Azamina stuff, then Ghost Ogre can be pretty good against that. That's a good point. Sword Soul. We had Sword Soul. Tearlaments. Temple of the Kings. World. Mikanko. Is Called By in the same spot as Maxi as a shared card for next WCS? I mean, no, I don't think so. Cause I like the way I think about it is like in previous years, Called By was already limited for Worlds, right? And so it was kind of like some people shared it and some people didn't. I think should I put Shining Stark in the wrong thing? I think for Maxi, you're more likely to share it than Called By. Because I think Maxi does something that's more important than Called By, which is winning you games going second, whereas Called By does the opposite. Called By wins you games going first, which is still valuable, but less valuable than winning going second. Because most decks can do winning going first just fine. It's Magistus card, right? Unchained Forest. Wanted Turion. Millennium. Yummy. And we're through with the spells. What are you hoping for the new Unchained support? Dude, I don't really care, but like realistically, if you want Unchained to be good, I think there's one thing that you would want mostly, which is solid lines under Pua. I think that's the most important thing. The second most, or like something that I would personally like, is I would like, in an ideal timeline, the way I would do it is I would give them an alternative to wave hiking Caesar, and then I would ban Caesar. I think that would be awesome if they did that. But who knows if that's something they even want to do. I'm not sure if they want to ban Caesar. I'm honestly not convinced that they will ever do it, but I would like it to happen. A turn 0 would be neat. Do the Unchained monsters trigger when they're destroyed in hand? No, right? Because otherwise they could do something really cool, like a hand trap that like destroys an Unchained from your hand to summon itself or something. But I think they have to be destroyed on the field, right? Hmm. Dinomorphia. Oh, Draco Tail. On field, yeah. Yeah, then I don't know. Then I guess they could do like a what, an Unchained that summons itself plus another Unchained from hand and then destroys a card that you control. Right? So it summons itself and another Unchained, and then it destroys the one you summon so that it triggers. And that does turn into disruption, right? Because you can summon summon stuff with that interrupts your opponent, right? Unchained Joggle. No, I meant like a quick effect. Like when your opponent activates a monster effect or something. Not necessarily as a starter. I could be a starter, but I was more so trying to make like a going second card for it. Okay, there shouldn't be that many traps. Punk. Labyrinth. The number of deck cores has quadrupled. I have 70 dividers. Do you think 70 is enough? Is this more than 70 cores on my table right now? I'm not sure. We'll find out. But Dolce. You think it's more than 70? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I will. I'll lose track anyways. I don't think it's 70. I think we're fine. Early. Radiant Typhoon. I've counted 40 already, and I can't even see all of them. There's not many off screen though. I tried to keep them all on screen. There's not many that didn't fit. I mean, I get worst case, it is what it is, and then I'll just have to order a couple of more dividers. Dude, they made a Tenpai trap card. Why did they make a Tenpai trap card? Airclaw Twinsaw, Shadal Schism, Sinful Spoils, Right Double Cross, something Snake Eye. Okay, we're almost done. Element Traps. Wrap Brick. Oh god, True Light. Vanquish Soul Trap, Verdict of Anubis. Welcome Labyrinth. White Force. Yummy. Okay. So that is all of them for now, which is good. Let me put a little bit of... You know what I'll do? I'll just put them all... Hold up. I can barely reach my mouse. I can barely reach my mouse. You need the extra cards now? Oh, you're right, dude. You're right. I need to put the extra... Oh, dude, I hate you. I hate you for being right. I thought we were done. No, we have to put the extra deck stuff in there. Oh... What was the biggest pile? It's the branded pile so far. Oh, you're right. I have to put extra deck cards there. All of these, this is all my extra deck stuff needs to go where it belongs. Okay. That is an Atlantean. That was here. Magistus. Here. Oh no, not all the branded. This is gonna fall. This is gonna fall. Argo Star. Magistus. Archmage here. Azaminas here. Baka. Chimera. Plunder. Yeah. Oral stuff goes in the rocket pile. Rigrant. Centurion. Era. Okay, the thing is with the extra deck stuff, there's a lot more stuff that's just generic, so it doesn't go into any piles, which is good. It's not gonna, for the most part, it's not gonna significantly increase the size of these piles anymore. I hope. Copium. It's gonna be fine. It's all gonna be so nicely sorted. Copium. I should have made a DDD pile. Maybe I'll do it another time. Despia. Destiny Heroes. Gonna redo this in a week? No. No, I don't think so. I don't. There's a very few things I would like to do less than do this again. What happened to your alphabetical order? I still want to use it, but I had the idea that I wanted to use deck cores so I can easily find cards that belong together. So I'm doing a little bit of both now. What I'm doing right now, I guess for the people that have tuned in later, is I'm sorting like deck cores, and then I'm gonna have basically two boxes. One is gonna have deck cores, and the other one is gonna have my generic cards, but sorted alphabetically. That's what I'm thinking is a good way to do it. So right now, I'm going through my already sorted collection, and I'm taking out all the stuff that belongs in a deck core, basically. That at least that is the idea. We'll see how I like it, because that's the thing, right? I did have alphabetical sort for the most part of the last like months, and I liked it. The only exception was when I needed to find like a core of cards that all belong together, but they are all like different starting letters. So I have to find them all. Like Ryziels, for example, right? It's like X Ryziel, Ice Ryziel, Note Ryziel, and so on. So I had to look in like 10 different locations to find all of my Ryziel cards, and I'm trying to fix that. Essentially. So basically, I want all the cards to be together that are usually needed together. Oh, okay. I have received lunch. Hmm. That's difficult. Okay, hold up. Let's just take a small break. And like not from the stream, but from sorting. I'll just find let's find like what can I let's find a video to watch while I eat, because I cannot possibly eat on this desk. There's no way. Hold up. What did people suggest? Okay, we're not watching a brief study of Branded. That's going to be like 15 hours. Uh 2025 recap. That's also way too long, dude. I want to get the sorting done today. So we have to like find something that's not super long. Let me check. It's only 25 hours? Ah. Okay. No Sunny videos? No, there hasn't been any Sunny videos recently. My goat might be washed. I was hoping for a Sunny reaction to the latest Banlist, the OCG Banlist, but it didn't happen. MBT? Did you watch Farfa's video on turn time? No, we can do that. That sounds fun. Hold up. Farfa. Are Yu-Gi-Oh turns too long with data? Ooh, I love me some data. Okay, hold up. Okay, we'll watch that, and I'll try to eat without ruining all the stuff that I've acquired. All the stuff that I've sorted.
Tried playing Yu-Gi-Oh for the first time in years. Good lord, this game is awful. I just watched some dork turn 1 combo his deck for, no joke, 37 minutes.
Wasn't this like months ago?
Ranked before they were done with their first turn. Y'all, you know Solitaire already exists, right? Oh boy, definitely real and true. Hello and welcome to today's video where we will be looking at turn duration as a subject matter. Ah, these games are for 2 players, right? You do agree with that notion, right? White Forest players? So this age-old drama and absolute banger classic with the no joke 37 minutes you've...
It's too loud. Okay, hold on, let me start over.
Yu-Gi-Oh for the first time in years. Good lord, this game is awful. I just watched some dork turn 1 combo his deck for, no joke, 37 minutes. I played a game of TFT ranked before they were done with their first turn. Y'all, you know Solitaire already exists, right? Oh boy, definitely real and true. Hello and welcome to today's video where we will be looking at turn duration as a subject matter. Ah, these games are for 2 players, right? You do agree with that notion, right? White Forest players? So this age-old drama
No, they don't.
and absolute...
No, I firmly believe White Forest players do not agree with this.
Banger classic with the no joke 37 minutes you've probably heard many times over the last few months has enlightened me to go on a bit of an experiment. What I've done is I've collected a bunch of data over the course of the last decade plus of Yu-Gi-Oh combo decks and competition in general, looking at the metagame and seeing just exactly how long a Yu-Gi-Oh turn is, how that's changed over many years, and what we can really extrapolate from these numbers. As a side note, this is genuinely one of my favorite things to do, is looking at statistics, research methodology. It's something that I studied and was super passionate.
I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna do it for the impact of non-engine on modern Yu-Gi-Oh games. We've talked about this already. I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna become a detective, and I'm gonna back up my my takes on like Ash Blossom and stuff with some data. Because I genuinely, I believe, but of course I want to prove it first, and I want to check before I say it. But I truly believe that the data is going to support the fact that like Ash Blossom wins so many more games going first than going second. But we'll find out.
Passionate about. So I'm really, really excited to dive into the specifics of this. But of course, as always, it's something to take with a grain of salt. More on that later as we do our deep dive on the numbers themselves for how long a turn is. So what are we going to do today? Well, let's dissect this topic in complete depth. We'll be looking at
also, before we watch this, I think it's important to point out that like turn length is not necessarily a indicator for game quality. Like just because a turn is long does not necessarily mean that the game that's being played is bad. However, I do understand, or I do think it's a valid critique point that like if one player is playing for super long, it does feel boring or uninteractive for the other player. But just like, for example, decks historically like Salamangreat or Memento, like they had relatively long combos, but they weren't necessarily toxic. So it ultimately it does matter what your opponent ends on at the end of the day, but still like it does impact people's enjoyment of the game when the opponent just combos for like a long time, right? So I think it's a valid point regardless of how broken the deck is.
Game turns in general. What are some comparisons we can take from other games, and how is Yu-Gi-Oh! Unique in that way? What has changed over the last few years? And then we'll be moving into how long should a turn be? What does it mean to be a turn? Very abstract and conceptual in discussion, so we'll be looking at that from a sort of broader perspective and deep diving into that. And of course, we'll be pulling up the data, we'll be looking at the raw numbers over the last 10 plus years, and seeing how decks have changed and evolved over that duration. And of course, finally, we'll be rounding off with some of my personal conclusions and thoughts on these numbers and what you can do with this yourself. If this sounds like your kind of video, well, stick around, subscribe, hit the like button, and of course, maybe consider becoming a Patreon YouTube channel member. No, Twitch Prime me over on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Farfa. Let's begin. Me, waiting for my Yu-Gi-Oh! Opponent to end their turn. Me, waiting for my Magic the Gathering opponent to end their turn. Oh, my turn. I don't play Magic, I don't know. There is a big difference between having a resource system and not having one. And Yu-Gi-Oh! Of course, is the most infamous for the card game without a resource system. And so naturally, you would think that it would be the one to have this egregious issue with turn lengths. If there is a problem, of course, we'll be talking about that a little bit later. But in terms of other card games, well, you essentially have to ramp up your mana. You have to gain some sort of a resource. There is a delay from that first turn before you can actually begin to really fulfill your deck's win condition. Comparatively to Yu-Gi-Oh!, you kind of have a gameplay loop that you're always performing every single game, turn one, and that's what you're trying to achieve almost every single duel. On the complete opposite end of Yu-Gi-Oh! Spectrum, from my experience, would be something like Star Wars, where there is no turn. There is a interactive back and forth system where you make an action, and then I make an action, and then it's back to you, and then so on and so forth until the game ends. And as a...
I've never played Star Wars, but funnily enough, this is not that far away from Yu-Gi-Oh! As you think it is. Because with recent additions to the game, this is to an extent how Yu-Gi-Oh! Plays these days, where like when both players play on both players' turns, which is a really cool concept. That is when Yu-Gi-Oh! Is really fun too. Like that is a cool way to look at it. I do agree. The worst Yu-Gi-Oh! Turns are the ones where one player does a lot and the other player just has nothing they can do.
Newer card game, this was probably made as a direct response to perhaps something like Yu-Gi-Oh! And other card games that eventually got really out of hand. From its core foundation, I truly believe Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game designed for player one. And oh boy is Yu-Gi-Oh! Fun when you're player one. But that might be a different subject. I think without a doubt we can all agree Yu-Gi-Oh! Turns have gotten increasingly lengthier over the last few years. We've seen some real egregious outliers in 2017, 2024, 2018, maybe not so much this year, but you can see that there has perhaps been some sort of upward trend. At least you would think so. We'll take a look at the numbers soon. But one thing that has always been standard in Yu-Gi-Oh! For its entire lifespan has been the concept of combos. Whether or not they are one-card combos that are linear and require spreadsheets to truly map out and fully comprehend, there have been combos of sorts. And as time has progressed, hand traps have been introduced to be able to curb this. For better or for worse, these counters to combos to turn 1 plays have extended the turn lengths to somewhat of a larger extent, even though the turn 1 player might not actually be taking that many actions. What you'll find is much of Yu-Gi-Oh's gameplay is concentrated within the turn 1 and turn 2. So I don't know if turn duration is necessarily the best measurement for a good card game. So, how long should a turn be? Mitsurugi Raizio players be like, as long as I damn well please. How long is a piece of string? You know, it's a pretty...
I think the definition of turn doesn't really matter in this instance. The way I would like to look at it is more like, how many actions in a row should one player be taking without the other player interacting? You know what I mean? Like, if I don't care if someone's turn is long, if we kind of like interact with each other and we go back and forth on trading stuff, like, you know, when because it's not just about the first turn, right? Maybe someone is playing into a board, but it takes a while because they do a couple of things, then I interact and they keep going and I interact with that and stuff like that. That can feel like a really fun game. On the other hand, you could have like someone going second, activating red reboot against someone with 5 traps, and then playing for 10 minutes because the opponent can't do anything, right? Like, that's not happening on the first turn of the game, but it still feels like terrible, right? On the other hand, you can play a game where both players brick and they pass back and forth for 4 turns, where the game is fast and there's not many turns, but the gameplay is still not existent, right? So I think it'd be better to just take a look at, how many actions one player takes in a row without the other player being able to take part in the game, essentially.
Weird question, how long should a turn be? But it is an important question, because what is appropriate for a player to just sit there and wait is something that game designers have to think about. When you hear about people quitting Yu-Gi-Oh! Or no longer playing the game or being disillusioned with Yu-Gi-Oh! To some extent, there will be multiple different factors, from financing and budget to combos. The turn lengths is something that I personally have heard brought up many times. And I think it would probably be incorrect to say that super long turns are something that are rare or exceptions to the rule. Format to format, year after year, there are decks that are viable to lesser and greater extents that just require so many actions. It's 2026, and going as far back as when I started playing in 2013, a Dragon Ruler turn could be perceived to be quite long depending on how many cards you're drawing and how many of those banish effects you're resolving. Ritual Beast is over 10 years old at this point, and that is a deck that was infamous at the time for how long it would take to basically just set up 2 pops or something. So what is a good number? Can you place minutes on a healthy turn? Or is there something a little bit more interesting to be thought about? Again,
I don't think you can. I don't think you can. I think ultimately, at least to me personally, what matters more is what's there at the end of the thing. Because like fundamentally, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a different game than something like Magic the Gathering. Even though on paper, both are turn-based, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just a different game in terms of the objective of the game, right? Like Yu-Gi-Oh! Is very much like if you really want to simplify it, then Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a game where the player going first tries to make a board, tries to present the opponent with a challenge to break that board, and then the player going second tries to deal with the board that player 1 has made, and if they succeed, then they might win the game, and if they don't succeed, then they lose the game, right? That's kind of like on a very surface level, that's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. This can be a fun game, right? But it is not like the turn-based thing that people expect when they think of card games in general, where, like, you know, they expect something like, oh, turns mean back and forth, right? Which is not necessarily true. So I think at the end of the day, if you're talking about it in the context of Yu-Gi-Oh, a turn is problematic if what's presented at the end of the turn is something that the second player cannot beat. Because that is basically against the nature of the game, where like player going first makes a board, player going second breaks the board. If the board that player going first makes is not breakable, then we have a problem. And I think that turn length in that sense doesn't really matter. The only issue I would have with a deck, like let's say there's a deck like Memento, right, which makes a fair board but takes a long time to get there, right? In theory, I'm fine with that, but in practice, it's a little bit annoying because you're gonna run into a lot of timeout issues with that, right? Which is a different thing, a different topic. But in theory, I don't care if my opponent is taking a long time to make a board, as long as I know that that board is going to be beatable. But it does have some other issues, right? It does have the issue of the player going second might find it boring, or you're going to run into timeout problems because like the Memento player always takes 15 minutes to make a board, and then like, well, it's timeout now, and now you have a double loss, and you know, that's not great. On the other end of the spectrum, yeah, like you're saying, Odeon is basically the shortest turn one you will find in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, and that deck is freaking miserable. Which should basically tell you that like turn length is not necessarily an indicator of health. Like it's not an indicator of a good game. It's like, okay, it's quick to make a board, but that, you know, it doesn't provide a fun gameplay experience, right? Whereas like maybe a pure Memento end board can be fun to maneuver around if you're going second into it, even if you have to wait a bit. So it's hard to pinpoint it. I think like in a vacuum, if someone goes uninterrupted and they know their stuff, they probably shouldn't be taking 10 minutes. But it's really hard to, yeah, it's hard to evaluate. I don't know what I would say is like an appropriate amount of time.
As I sort of alluded to earlier, I think the quality of those turns are what matters. You could have a 15-minute turn one, but that might be something where both players are actively dueling. And that brings us to the love-hate relationship with interactive hand traps. Izuna, Faimina, these are the cards in recent years that have tried to bridge that gap between the turn 1 and the turn 2, to be able to try and create something for player B to actually have a chance, or a greater chance, at interacting from these crazy bombastic turn 1 plays. And yet, despite that, what you'll find is something like Draco Tail typically doesn't have a very long turn 1. In fact, in terms of how much value you get for each summon, Draco Tail gets so much of it. Each fusion summon nets you 2 set cards, a powerful monster in rotation, and potentially recycling from the graveyard. In just 3 or 4 summons, you have...
I'm sometimes afraid to mention Draco Tail in discussions like this, because I'm afraid that people are gonna turn it into a meme that I always bring up Draco Tail when we're talking about healthy Yu-Gi-Oh decks. But it is true, man. It is true. It is just such a goated design, man.
Have a game-winning board in and of itself. Now, of course, I am speaking specifically about Master Duel. I understand those shufflers over there got a white Albaz Goku-looking dude doing some crazy call. I ain't talking about, okay, I know that specific version is different, but that's, you know, I'm talking about at least what I've experienced with Master Duel's Draco Tail. I've mentioned in a couple videos before that I think this is definitely the correct way to try and address the game going forward, but that isn't really the purpose of today. Let's dive into the numbers and take a look at just exactly how Yu-Gi-Oh's turns have changed over the last decade. So here's the graph, here's the data, and this is what we have got. Beginning from 2014 all the way down to current year, what I've done here is I have plotted 2 decks for each year and measured their average turn over the course of the entire, last 10 years. So what does that actually mean? Let me explain this a little bit, and of course I'll mention where all the flaws are in this, and you can kind of take from that what you will. So each year is divided into 2 sections, part 1 and part 2 essentially. So in the first half of 2014, for example, it could be argued that the best or standard or most popular deck, at least played at that time, was Fire Fist. And then in the latter half of 2014, we've got Burning Abyss. You can see if you take like a random year that's more recent, same thing with like 2022, the most popular deck by far in the start of 2022 was Sword Soul, and then it was...
There's no way Cash Tira takes that long. I guess the interesting question here is, which I'm hoping he talks about in a second, is like, how do you just look at the combo for the standard combo for the deck, I suppose, is what I would do? Or did he actually look at like feature matches and calculate how many steps it takes on average?
Tier limit thereafter. So you can see here, there is a bunch of card effects per deck listed. So the most, like one of the lowest of these on the graph that you'll find is the first half of 2022, and that's Sword Soul all the way down here. It is one of the smallest, lowest turns.
Sword Soul has faster turns than Fire Fist? That can't be correct, can it? Because like, yeah, Sword Soul is quick, but it's not quicker than, well, what, 2014 Fire Fist? Yugioh and Shengying? Yeah, but like, we're talking Fire Fist is literally activate tanky, search bear, normal summon bear, set 3, pass. Right?
On the graph. Now, if you want to know the specifics of this, there is a separate sheet that tells you exactly what combo that is. And something as simple as basic as a Moyi, normal summon, activate, reveal, special, discard, special, synchro, activate, draw, search. So all of these cards and all of these decks have been given these keywords that are then plotted along this graph here, and each of those actions has been given a time duration. So if you take a look at the input over here, you can see how many seconds we have allocated to each action. Now, of course, this isn't going to be perfect. It's why I keep mentioning you got to take this with a grain of salt. This isn't some be-all, end-all perfect descriptor for the last 10 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Comboing, but you can see here that activate.
That makes sense, though. Like stuff like searching definitely takes longer than activating, or just like normal summoning or setting, right?
Activating a card effect, we have attributed to be 3 seconds. Now, obviously, if you're speedrunning, this is going to change drastically. But we're imagining this as a real-world situation. You activate a card, you look at your opponent, you say effect. Your opponent then nods or says wait. Right? So each of these activations has been given 2 seconds. Now, of course, what you could do is you could play around with these numbers and actually, you know, once you have this for yourself, you could drop this down to 2 seconds, for example. You can see the graph changes shape accordingly. For normal summoning, we've put 3 seconds, drawing, etc., etc. Searching is a bit of a weird one. This has been put down as 8 seconds. So when you actually think about how this works, you activate a card effect, you search a card, and then you have to actually physically pick up your deck, fan through it, and take the card out, put it down on the field, and then shuffle your deck. All of that can be done in 8 seconds, thereabouts. Obviously, you might disagree with that, but that's kind of like what we're going with here. So there's 2 graphs. There's total actions, and there's a time and the total duration here. So what you can see is, other than this giant kind of anomaly almost in 2017...
Okay, so this... Hold up. This is very interesting, right? Because it kind of implies that, of course, it was at an all-time high in 2025, and in 2023, which I could get behind. I could understand that. Because in 2025, end of 2024, 2025, what would that be? It would be like first half of 25. We'd be talking like Malice, Raziel Mitsurugi. Yeah, Raziel Mitsurugi had very long turns for the full combo. In 2024, we're talking Snake Eyes, which, especially after the addition of Fiendsmith and Azamina, absolutely, right? But it kind of like showcases, or it visualizes something that I've felt towards the end of 2025 and 2026, right? They did simplify some stuff in some ways, like Draco Tail, like Radiant Typhoon. Like there's just a couple of Yu-Gi-Oh decks these days who, of course, have combos. Of course, they take a couple of steps, but they do get to their end board. They do get to what they want to achieve more efficiently and quicker, which is good.
There are 2 massive peaks here. You can see that there is sort of a kind of lower number down here. You know, you're
and then what? Like early 2017. What causes this crazy spike?
20 actions, and then it's kind of slowly
Zodiac?
going up. But then you have these other...
Okay, for Zodiac, the early iteration... Oh yeah, the early iterations, yeah, with like rat, and then you summon 2 more rats from deck, you make fusion sub. Yeah, no, that's
end
accurate.
of that,
yeah.
more anomalous situations. You've got Sword Soul all the way down here, dragging the average down, and then similarly all the way over here, Draco Tail significantly drags this down as well. And just for the clarity of the data, the Sword Soul combo I showed you was literally just Mo Yi reveal. But as some of you Sword Soul fans might know, that is going to be significantly different if you draw a 10 Yi, right? But then we're going into the direction of 2-3 card combos, which for brevity and keeping things as simple as possible, we're just trying to keep it to the lowest number count, which is probably why you'll find that 2014 is significantly smaller. Now, despite this, and again, it's not a perfect test because there's just so many viable decks in each year and each format, right? So this isn't going to be perfect because in something like 2014, Fire Fist is a very different deck from Mermail, which is a very different deck from Infernity, all of which were tier 2, tier 1 decks.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to take it seriously, you'd have to take every deck from the era that was meta relevant, and then you'd have to take an average from those, right? You'd have to do this for every deck in each format and then take the average from that
at that time and have significantly higher actions played and turn counts than some of the other decks listed here. And the final major hole I suppose to bring up here is this idea of randomness. There are a lot of decks and combos in here that change depending on what you hit or what you do. Adamancipator might be an example of that. I've got Pearly here as well because, you know, you might just miss with one of your discards to special summon from the cat. So these are all things to take into consideration. Again, it's not perfect, but I think, and I could be crazy, it does appear to look like that over the last 12 years that things have sort of trended upwards. Let's talk about some of these anomalies. So the biggest egregious early year anomaly that you'll find is by and large 2017, right? 2017 features Zodiac, and very specifically, we've got the fusion substitute combo of Zodiac here. This is the highest turn action deck of all time, apparently, that we've had listed here. And if for anyone who's ever played Zodiac Fusion Substitute, you'll probably know just how ridiculously long that deck's turn was. And then directly after that, you've got Spiral, and another tier 0 deck for its time period. It was one of the first major link summons.
And I don't think, I mean, this doesn't apply to Zodiac, but I do not think that it's a coincidence that this happens at the same time as link summoning is introduced, right? Like, it's just so much more likely for a combo to have more steps when link summoning is there.
Summoning decks that was super powerful. It also has a significantly high amount of searching, turn count, actions, and total associated with it. But overall, yes, it does look like the game has gotten significantly longer, and how those turns have indeed gotten, just in terms of duration, progressively longer and longer over the last decade. Now, it would be interesting to redo this exact graph, but with other meta decks at the time. So let's say in 2014, instead of Fire Fist, we take something a little bit more egregious, I suppose, in that regard, and we could put Mermail in here. Instead of Burning Abyss, you could put Cliffort in here, which, I mean, I don't know if that's... Shaddoll maybe would be... It depends, because Shaddoll sometimes just set a guy in past. I don't know. So if you were to use like the most combo-based meta decks of each year, you might find that the early years are actually going to be significantly higher up than just picking Fire Fist and Burning Abyss. Same thing maybe with something like 2016. You know, you've got Burning Abyss and Burning Abyss Phantom Knight in the latter half of 2016. It was the most popular deck for sure, but, you know, potentially if you put a different Pendulum archetype there, you could find that this also bumps up the earlier years. So this is all very interesting, and as I've pointed out, major problems and holes with trying to look at this graph. One thing you'll notice is that there is no interaction. This is without hand traps, and of course, around about 2017 onwards, hand traps really become a major mainstay of the game and integral to competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! And obviously there's no real way to measure that, and especially when those hand traps create interactive games like Vanquish Soul and like Draco Tail. What can we really conclude from this? I don't know. Not much, I suppose. From what I can tell, there's been a little bit of an increase, it seems, from turn duration, but overall, depending on which decks you pick, it feels...
I would say it was very interesting, but like one of the main takeaways from this is really that turn length itself does not really determine the quality of a game for me. And unless it becomes like an outrageous thing where even like the most fair mid-range deck takes like 15 minutes to combo and you end up getting to timeout every single round, I think it's just not the best indicator to look at. Because like even those formats we've talked about, even some of the more like outrageous examples of turn lengths, there's a massive difference between like let's say a Spiral deck in 2017, even between Zodiac and Spiral, right? Within the same year, both were really good decks, but Zodiac games were much more interactive than Spiral games, right? Like, yeah, the Zodiac turn one took a while, but it wasn't nearly as auto-win as some of the other combos that other decks did. Or like you look at Salamangreat in 2019, like I said earlier, like a deck with a relatively long turn one combo, but not unbeatable after. I think it's just more important to take a look at the end result, like the end board after all, because that's what matters more in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like you don't win a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! By playing longer than your opponent, right? That's not the goal of these decks, right? The goal is some sort of end board, and so you need to look at if that's okay or not. But still, I think in general, it is better designed these days if they just make decks that get to the point quicker, because of course, it's not fun to watch your opponent play with themselves for 10 minutes.
Somewhat consistent. There are major outliers, I think, with 2017, but in general, Yu-Gi-Oh's kind of always had similar turn counts. And if anything, you could argue it's gotten better because of hand traps and those interactive hand traps that have been able to bring down the duration of that turn one. Feel free to download this spreadsheet, play around with the numbers as you wish. Let me know if you find anything interesting here that I didn't talk about or mention. Please become a YouTube channel member or Patreon if you want to see more cool videos like this. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. And
I did like this. That was fun. That was fun. All right, I assume most of you are already, but if you aren't, then go subscribe to Farfa. I will post the link to the video in the chat right now. If you're not. Okay. All right. I did continue sorting in the background a little bit, just so we can get this done, because I'm starting to get tired from this. But we are almost done with the extra deck stuff, so we are nearing the end, Copium. Here we have Sky Strikers, which I put over there. Get music back in here. Yeah, it doesn't look very well sorted yet, but trust me, it's going to be glorious. Copium. Right. Striker Dragon. So what are we doing? I'm sorting my collection a little bit. And currently I'm trying to sort it by deck course so that I can find cards that belong together quicker. So like here's the branded cards, the Snake Eye cards, the Medius lore cards, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Just type the card name in the search bar. I wish it was that easy. I wish it was that easy IRL. Do you think Cool Tune is going to be a top tier deck in Master Duel? Yes. If they release it next week with full support, then yes, I think so. I mean, even if not, even if they release the support later, it has a high chance of being top tier once it hits, yeah. Okay. And with that, we are through all of the cards, and we've divided them all into archetypes. And now we put them into a box. Now we put them into a box, and we put dividers in between them. Hold up. Do I have an empty box? All right, where's my divider? I had them somewhere. My Sharpie. I'll write later. I will sort them alphabetically at some point when I'm done. But for now, I just want to get them off the table. Probably shouldn't put them on the other cards. Some of them are so small that I'm wondering if I should actually keep them as archetypes or as deck cores, because I clearly don't own the deck core. Like, I have like 4 different Shining Sarcophagus cards or whatever. Like, I could also put them in the other box. But then again, if I ever want to play Shining Sarcophagus, which I don't know if that's going to happen, but if I ever want to, then it'd be good to find them all in one place and see which ones I'm missing, right? This is the dark side of being a Yu-Gi-Oh player. It's fine. There is definitely worse problems to have than how to store and sort your cards. It's all right. It's kind of a chill activity. I don't mind it that much. There's no dark side needed if you just don't sort them. Oh, that's worse. Trust me. I've been there before, and that's worse. Dude, the amount of times I've just lost my mind because I was trying to build a deck, and it was like the night before the tournament, and I just couldn't find like 1 or 2 cards that I know I have is so annoying. I hate that. I think I have enough dividers, is the good news. Are all your cards in English only? Not all of them are. I started like a few years ago I started always picking up all my cards in English if possible, because I like when everything is in English, and when like all my opponents at tournaments can read all of my cards. I like that. I value that a lot. But there's been cases where I was like ordering a card on Card Market and I needed it, but no one had the English version or something like that, and so I just had like I have like a German version of something or whatever. Like that's happened. I try to eventually at some point like swap the German versions for English versions if I can, but there definitely is a couple of like German cards in here, mostly German cards. They're not English. Well, I prefer English. The branded pile. Yeah, the branded pile was definitely the highest. Yeah, it was definitely the tallest. Although I have a lot of heroes. I didn't think I was going to have that many heroes, but I guess I did combine all the different types of heroes in one. I buy the cheapest. That is an issue a little bit, because English, typically, if you're ordering from Germany, I mean, it might just be like this in general, but the English ones are a little bit more pricey. Just a little bit. It's not that bad most of the time, but yeah, they are a little bit more expensive than German cards. Did a format have a ban list, or is the title referring to a wish list? No, we had a ban list discussion for TCG as like what should happen earlier. We didn't have one yet. I hope we're getting one before Nationals. It'd be really exciting. Although I'm not sure if from Konami's perspective, I don't know if they think they need a ban list. Because realistically, it feels like Blazing Dominion is a good set regardless. Like, surely Fedralis Harmonia and Cool Tune support is going to shake up the metagame anyway. So I'm not like too worried if we don't get one, but it would still be cool to get a little bit of a refresher. Like, all the yummy decks are a little bit annoying. Yeah, all the yummy decks, and some of the floodgates mainly. What deck core is the one with Toad? It's just frogs. Which is not really a deck core, it's 4 or 5 cards, but I wanted to separate them. I think it's just Dupe Frog, Swap Frog, Treeborn Frog, and Toad. But those are my goats. Okay. Don't worry, they will print Frog Circular. Unironically, I wouldn't want that. I don't even know if that would be good. Probably wouldn't be good if it's just exactly the same effect as Circular. But I think, like, Frogs is a dangerous archetype to get support because Toad exists. So I wouldn't want people to be summoning Toad in other decks too frequently, so I don't necessarily need frog support. I want paleo support more than anything, which is not the same thing. Of course, they were played together back then, but nowadays in most of my paleo versions, I don't even play frogs anymore. Frog support, but ban toad. Yeah, I guess they could do that. I'm not sure how desirable that's gonna be. I mean, I don't even know. Frog doesn't really have an identity, right, as a deck, right, anymore, right? Because what Frogs is based on is like they're supposed to be tribute fodder, I think, with like Ronin Totem and Treeborn Frog. That was the first time that Frogs developed like an identity. And then the only other identity that they have is a Toad deck. So don't know exactly how that would look, how that would go. Okay, see, now with a little bit of effort, everything is looking clean again on my desk. Isn't that wonderful? And we did, in fact, have enough dividers for everything. Saved. Good. Barely. I barely had enough dividers. It was close. I have 2 left. I have 2 left, so I'm gonna have to get more for future archetypes that release. Nice. Okay. All right. Now the thing is, technically, I have more to sort, but I'm also my throat is getting a little sore from all the yapping, and in general, I'm just a little bit tired. My sleep schedule is a little messed up at the moment, so I think we're gonna call it a day here. Yeah. I think if I keep talking for like an hour or two, I'll probably lose my voice. So I think that's gonna be it for today. But thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you had fun, even though it was a little bit different of a stream than usual. But it was good talks, I hope. So I'll see you all not tomorrow. I'm taking off tomorrow because of Easter. So tomorrow is going to be no stream, but Monday is going to be a stream instead, because typically Monday would be my off day. I'm just taking my off day tomorrow instead of Monday, so we're going to have a stream on Monday. I'm thinking about bringing the spinning wheel back for Master Duel for one stream next week, like early next week. We're gonna spin the wheel and see what decks I can put on it, so we can play a bunch of different things in Master Duel. That should be a fun stream. We might do that on Monday. And then also, of course, we're going to have other streams next week, but also, most importantly, like the new pack on Thursday as well. So it should be a fun week. Until then, I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your weekend. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. And I will see you all on Monday. Let me find someone to raid real quick. Who is streaming? Bronas is streaming. I'll send you over to Bronas, who's playing, I think, Magnet Warriors right now. That sounds like fun. All right, see you all on Monday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.